inside the Wish restaurant. The first deceased proceeded to the saloon while his entourage sat at the bar area inside the restaurant. After the haircut, the first deceased joined his entourage for a meal and drinks, and they were seated inside the restaurant. 16. Whilst having supper, the first deceased was joined by Tebello, Motsoane, also known as Tibz, the second deceased. The second deceased knew the first deceased well, as he had been the first deceased's previous manager. Investigation established a positioned inside the restaurant was the first deceased. After interviewing Wish restaurant staff, I established that the spotter was not a regular patron at the restaurant. He was identified as an African male and had on the night in question purchased a meal and drinks that was paid for using a Standard Bank card. I applied for a subpoena in terms of Section 205 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. The information received from Standard Bank upon Section 205 subpoena established that the Standard Bank card belonged to applicant number 5, also known as Lindo. It was further established from an analysis of the opening documents of the Standard Bank account that the said account was opened on the morning of the incident by Lindo in demand. 18. CCTV video footage from outside the Wish restaurant revealed that a grey VW Polo stopped outside the restaurant around 21:17 whilst the first deceased was inside the restaurant. The clothing of the person that alighted from the vehicle and entered the restaurant was the same as seen in the video footage as being the African male that was later identified as applicant number 5, Lindo. The tracking report on the grey VW Polo places the vehicle in the vicinity of Hilton Hotel and then later at the Wish restaurant around the same times. The first deceased is at these respective places. 19. Sometime later, around 21:35, a white Mercedes-Benz C200 was also spotted passing the intersection of Montpellier Road and Gordon Road, traveling towards the direction of the Florida Road. After the Mercedes-Benz passed the restaurant, it came to a stationary position approximately 100 meters from the restaurant. 20. At approximately 22:18, the first deceased and his entourage, accompanied by the second deceased, exit the restaurant through a passageway leading onto a pavement on Florida Road. During this time, the two shooters can be seen on the video footage crossing Florida Road towards the Wish restaurant from the direction where the white Mercedes-Benz was parked. The first deceased is seen on video footage talking to the second deceased and hugging him. A suspect wearing a white cap approached the deceased from behind. At the same time, another suspect wearing dark clothing and a cap is also seen having positioned himself between the two vehicles.
Kuzona zonke lezi ndawo lezi ngokuhamba kwesikhathi ke ngekhathi mhlambe seku 25 to 10 wasebusuku kuno Mercedes omhlophe oyi-C200 obonakalayo udlula ku Mont Pilot Road no Gordon Road uya ke ngase Florida Road. Lo Mercedes lona ke kuthiwa ke kuyadlula lapha kuleya restaurant uze ufike uyoma cishe mhlamba amagqatha awu100 usuka kuleyo restaurant leyo. Ngesikhathi ke sekuyoshaya u20:10 wasebusuku umufi oqala kanye nethimba lakhe behamba kanye nomufi wesibili bayaphuma ke kule restaurant lena behambe ngenye indlela ke njena eyipassage eya ngaphandle ke ku Florida Road. Ngalesi sikhathi lesi ke kunabantu abawukuthiwa bawoshaya sibhama ababili ababonakalayo kwivideo ke bewela umgwaqo uFlorida besondela ngakuyona irestaurant le ekuthiwa ise-Wish la iMercedes emhlophe kuthiwa ekade besuka kula iMercedes emhlophe ekade ibhakile. Umufi lo oqala uyabonakala kwivideo ke ekhuluma nomufi wesibili ke behagana kubeke sekubonakala ke umsolwa ogqoke ikepisi elimhlophe esondela la kume khona ke umufi. Ngesikhathi esifanayo futhi kuthiwa kunomunye ke umsola obonakalayo ogqoke ingubo ke ezimnyama efake nekepisi ubonakala ke eyicuthele phakathi kwezimoto ezimbili.
21. The first suspect is further observed armed with a firearm approaching the deceased and shooting him in the head. The second suspect maintains his position and simultaneously fires shots in the direction of both deceased. The first deceased falls to the ground and the second deceased runs into the passageway and falls. Both suspects are observed fleeing the scene by crossing over Florida Road towards the direction of the white Mercedes-Benz. The suspects jumped into the Mercedes-Benz and leaves at high speed. Applicant 1, Lindokuhle Thabani Mkhwanazi, herein referred to as Thabani, cellular phone records places him in the vicinity of the crime scene when both deceased were shot. 22. Investigations were immediately conducted at the scene after the murders of the deceased, and it was established that the two deceased died at the scene. Two spent 9mm nickel cartridges were found close to the body of the first deceased. 4 spent 9mm cartridge cases were found in the vicinity of where the second suspect had positioned himself. Video footage from the inside and outside the restaurant was secured. Postmortems were conducted on both deceased, and the cause of death was consistent with the gunshot wounds. 23. The next morning, after interviewing witnesses, I attempted to trace the direction that the Mercedes-Benz have taken after the incident. My colleagues and I obtained CCTV video footages from various sources to determine the direction and the number plate of the Mercedes-Benz. After viewing the video footage, I established that the left front headlight was not functioning and that the registration of the Mercedes-Benz was ND901841. Investigations were then conducted to determine cellular phones that were active on the path that the Mercedes-Benz embarked on and at the crime scene.
Sola ke lo qala ke uyabonakala ke ehlomile ke ephethe isibhamu esondela ke ngakumufi emdubula ekhanda. Umsola wesibili kuthiwa ke uyama la acuthe khona ke naye adubule ngesikhathi esifanayo ebhekise ngakubona abafi bobabili. Umufi wokuqala kuthiwa uyabonakala ewela phansi. Owesibili uyabonakala ke ebaleka eshona lapha ngasema passage agcine ewa naye phansi. Bobabili labasola laba kuthiwa ke bayabonakala bebaleka bewela umgaqo lapha ku Florida Road besondela ngakuyona ke imoto le emhlophe eyu Mercedes. Bobabili abasola kuthiwa bayangena ngaphakathi kuleyo Mercedes ebese ke iyasuka ngesivinini. Applicant 1 ulinde kuhle Thabani Mkhwanazi ke sezombiza ngoThabani. Ama-record cellphone yakhe ayambeka kuleya ndawo esondelene nala kwenzeka khona ke lobugebengu. Uphenyo ke lwaqala ke emveni kokuthi ke labantu laba sekuthiwa ke batholakala befile. Kwase kuyatholakala ukuthi ke bobabili ke abafi bafe khona lapha endaweni yesigameko. Kwabeke sekuyatholakala ke eduze komufi wokuqala kwatholakala ke ama cartridge amabili eseduze kwakhe noma eduze komzimba wakhe. Bese ke kuthiwa ke eduze komzimba womufi wesibili kwase kutholakala ke awu4 khona lapho. La kuthiwa kade kume khona umsola wesibili la kuthiwa kade ecuthe khona. Kune video footage esuka ngaphakathi nangaphandle kwaleyo restaurant yatholakala. Kwabeke sekuyenziwa ke kuyahlolwa ke izidumbu zabafi bobabili. Kwatholakala ukuthi ke bobabili bafe ngenxa yokubhutshulwa. Ngakusasa ke emveni kokuthi ke kuphenywe noma ke ku-interview ofakazi ngase ke ngiyazama ukuthi ke ngithole ukuthi Mercedes-Benz le eyayikade lapha yana yasuka yabe isishonaphi emveni kokuthi kwenzeke lesi sigameko. Mina ke kanye nethimba lami sathola ke ama video footage esuka ke endaweni eziningi ukuze ke sizokwazi ukuthi ke sithole imininingwane ke ye Mercedes-Benz kanye nama number plate leyo Mercedes-Benz. Emva kokuthi ke kubonakale ke yonke ama video sasinawo ke sabe ke sesiyabona ukuthi ke le Mercedes le ngaphambili ke ithoshi la ngaphambili esandleni sesinxele lalingasebenzi nokuthi ke inumber plate yayo leyo Mercedes yayi ND901841. Ukuthi ama cellphone ayekade ke ekhona akhona ama cellphone ayekhona ngalesikhathi iMercedes-Benz ifika lapha endaweni yesigameko.
24. On 6 March 2023, I was informed that a Mercedes-Benz used in the commission of a murder and attempted murder on docket Barricas 5303 of year 2023 was recovered near Cattle Crest Informal Settlement. I attended the scene and established that the white Mercedes-Benz C200 had registration numbers ND151162. I observed the following on the scene. 24.1. The motor vehicle was covered with Coca-Cola. 24.2, the petrol cap was open and 2 bent mesh sticks were found at the entrance of the tank. 24.3, 2 bent mesh sticks were found on the floor below the tank. 24.4, 2 spent rifle cartridge cases were found at the back seat of the motor vehicle. 24.5, 1 spent rifle cartridge case was found on the front seat of the motor vehicle. 24.6, there were 3 bullet holes on the driver's side window. 24.7, 1 bullet hole on the windscreen on the driver's side. 24.8, muti or traditional herbs found in the back seat. 24.9, 1 live 9mm round in nickel casing was found underneath the carpet in the front passenger side. 24.10, the registration plates on the motor vehicles were false. 24.11, the chassis number of the motor vehicle was checked through a notice and established to be that the motor vehicle was robbed on 7th January 2023. A docket was registered at Durban Central, bearing Durban Central cars 32701-2023. 24.12, the left front headlight of the vehicle was not functioning.
March ngabe ke sengithola ke ulwazi lokuthi kune Mercedes Benz eyayikade isetshenzisiwe ke kwenziwa ubugebengu bokubulala kanye nokuzama ukubulala obavulelwa idocket eBria elalino case number 5303 of 2023. Leyo moto ke yatholakala endaweni noma eduze kwase Cato Crest eyindawo yasemjondolo. Ngabe ke sengiyahamba ke ngiyakhona la kuleyo ndawo yaleso sigameko. Ngafica khona ngathola ukuthi ke iMercedes Benz le EC200 ine number plate 151162. Khathi ngilapho ke ngase ke ngibona lezi zinto ezilandelayo. Okokuqala, imoto lena yayikade ke ichithelwe ngeCoca-Cola, igcwele iCoca-Cola. Okwesibili ke la kuthelwa khona upetrol emotweni kwakuvuliwe. Kukhona ke izinti ezimbili zamentshisi eseyishisiwe. Okunye okulandelayo lezi zinto lezi zamentshisi ezishisiwe zatholakala ngezansi kwayo ithangi leli lika petrol. Kwatholakala ke khona futhi ke inhlamvu ezimbili ke eback seat noma ngesihlalweni esingemuva sale moto le. Inhlamvu eyodwa ngaphambili ngaphansi kwemoto no atholakala eyodwa inhlamvu ngaphambili emotweni kwisithi le ngaphambili. Kwabe sekutholakala futhi ke ezinye esidini leli lika driver iwindi lidutshulwe kathathu. Kutholakala futhi ke la iwindscreen yemoto ngasesidini la driver kukhona futhi ibonisa ukuthi imoto idutshuliwe kanye. Kwaphinde kwatholakala ke umuthi wawungaphakathi emotweni kwi-back seat yakhona. Kwatholakala futhi ke i-casing eyodwa, i-number plate yemoto kuthiwa ke yayingasiyona ekuyiyona kwakuyi-number plate bumbulu. Kwacheckwa imoto lena kwatholakala ke ukuthi imoto iveza njengemoto ayikade ke intshontshiwe ngomhla ka7 January. Kwavulwa ke idocket ngapha ya eDurban Central. I-case number yakhona kwaku 32701 of 2023. Okunye ke futhi kwatholakala ukuthi ke lapha kuleyo moto ithoshi leli langaphambili lasesandleni sesinxele lalingasebenzi.
25. The evidence collected led me to reasonably conclude that the Mercedes Benz that was recovered under docket Berry Cars 5303-2023 is the same vehicle used as a getaway vehicle in the commission of murders of the first and the second deceased outside the Wish restaurant in Florida Road. I base this conclusion on the fact that the 9mm live round in nickel casing that was found in the vehicle is similar to the 2 nickel spent found close to the first deceased body. The left front headlight that was not functioning and visible in the video footage was also in the same position on the Mercedes Benz that was recovered. 26. Upon investigations carried out at the scene where the Mercedes Benz was abandoned, it was established that there had been an attempt to set the vehicle allied by one of the suspects. One of the suspects also purchased airtime from a tuck shop situated a few meters away from where the vehicle was abandoned. Investigations revealed that Spamandla Ngobo was identified as the person who recharged his phone with the airtime purchased from the tuck shop. Spamandla Ngobo, also known as Mngansa, was arrested on the 26th March 2023 and charged on the docket Durban Central Cars 32701-2023 for robbery with aggravating circumstances of the Mercedes-Benz.
Lake laphayana kwenza ukuthi ke ngifike esinqumeni sokuthi ke lo Mercedes-Benz lo otholakale lana ke kule docket lase Breya iCase 5303/2023 imoto efanayo nale eyasetshenziswa ukuthi ke kubalekwe ngalesikhathi ke kwenziwa ubugebengu lobu kokubulala ke umufu oqala kanye nomufu wesibili belaphayana endaweni yase Florida Road. Lokhu ngikushiso ukuthi ke ama cartridge lawa atholakala kule moto ngalesikhathi sithola uma ngabe ke ebhekwa ayafana nalawa atholakala ke esondelene nemzimba yabafi ngalesi sikhathi ke kwenziwa uphenyo emveni kokuthi ke bebulawe lapha ngaphambili kule moto futhi okwenza ukuthi ngisho njalo sikuyabonakala ukuthi ke ithoshi la ngaphambili la lingasebenzi njengoba ke futhi sabona ukuthi ke ithoshi la leya moto ayingasebenzi ku video footage eyatholakala. Ngokuqhubeka kophenyo ke silenza ke kwabese kuyatholakala ke ukuthi iMercedes-Benz le yashiwa kanjalo lapha kuleya ndawo. Atholakala ukuthi ke futhi ke kwakade kukhona ozamile oyedwa wabasola ukuthi ke imoto ayishise. Oyedwa wabasola ukuthi awathenga i-airtime kwenye isitolo esiseduze esingekho kude kunala imoto ayekade ishiye khona. Uphenyo ke laqhubeka lasitshengisa ukuthi ke uSiphamandla Ngcobo uyena umuntu ke owafaka i-airtime efonini yakhe le ayekade ithengwe kuleso sitolo leso. uSiphamandla Ngcobo ophinde aziwe ngegama likaMqansa waboshwa ngomhla ka-26 March 2023 waboshwa ke eDurban Central ku-case number 3271 of 2023 eboshelwa ke icala ke lokubamba inkunzi ehlomile icala lokubamba inkunzi yale Mercedes-Benz.
Cellular phone records were obtained for Spamandla Ngcobo and compared with the cellular phone records at the scene of murders on the night in question. It was established that Spamandla Ngcobo, also known as Mngansa, had communicated with applicant number 2, Lindani Zenzele Ndimande, herein referred to as Shisela, Siyabonga Gezani Ndimande, also known as Ngale, and Dave Malusi Ndimande, also known as Mj, prior to the matter. Cellular phone records of applicant 2, Shisela, Dave Malusi Ndimande, also known as Mj, applicant 4, Gwabeni, and applicant 1, Tabani, were obtained, and they were placed in the vicinity of the Florida Road where the murders had taken place and at the time of the shooting of both deceased. There were other areas where the said cellular phones were placed on the day which are relevant to this case. This will be discussed later in this affidavit. 28. On 21 April 2023, I was informed that applicant number 3, Edisianda Mieza, herein referred to as Edi, was arrested under docket Becky Temba Cars 138 of 04/2023 for unlawful possession of a Noriko pistol with the serial numbers filed off. On the same day, Spelele Nkosikona Mnyandu, also known as Gwajo, was arrested under docket Becky Temba Cars 137 of 04/2023 for unlawful possession of a Beretta pistol with the serial number filed off. Both firearms were forwarded to a forensic science laboratory ballistic unit. The ballistic evidence established that the Noriko pistol found in possession of applicant number 3, AD, was positively linked to the 2 nickel spent cartridges found next to the first deceased in this matter. It was therefore established to be one of the murder weapons used in this matter.
Ama record yama cellphone ke atholakala kuSiphamandla Ngcobo abeke ke seyaqhathaniswa ke nama record ke atholakala lapha endaweni yalesi sigameko lesi sikuthola esize ngaso namhlanje. Kwaseke kuyabonakala ukuthi kuSiphamandla Ngcobo owaziwa ngumqanza uke waba ke nokuxhumana no-applicant 2 uLindani Zenzele Ndimande owaziwa ngegama likaShisela, noSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande owaziwa ngegama likaNxele, uDave Malusi Ndimande owaziwa ngomJ ngaphambi kokuthi ke kubulawe. I-cellphone noma ke ima-record e-cellphone ashisela uDave Malusi Ndumande kanye noGwabeni kanye noThabani atholakala. Phezu kwalokho ke ase ebafaka ke endaweni noma ebabeka endaweni esondelene naseFlorida la kwenzeka khona ke ubugebengu lobo benzeka kwabulawa khona ke abafi laba. Kwakhona nezinye futhi indawo la maselula khona ayekade ke ebekwa khona, kodwa ke lokho kusazokhulunywa kabanzi ngokuqhubeka kwayo le-affidavit. La 21 April 2023 ngathola ulwazi lokuthi ke u-applicant number 3 u-Eddie Siyanda Myeza owaziwa ngegama lika Eddie ke waboshwa eBhekthemba, eboshelwa ke icala lokutholakala ke ephethe isibhamu ngongekho emthethweni. Isibhamu ke esihlikiziwe i-serial number yakhona. Ngalo futhi lolo suku lelo uSiphelele Nkosikhona Mnyandu owaziwa ngelikagwajo naye ke wayekade eboshiwe eBhekthemba, eboshelwe ukutholakala naye ephethe isibhamu ngokungekho emthethweni. Zombili lezi ibhamu lezi zathathwa zayiswa ke kochwepheshe abazoyihlola. Kwase kutholakala ke ukuthi isibhamu lesi satholakala ku-Eddie. Lesi sibhamu lesi ke siyabandakanyeka noma siyafana nama-cartridge lawa atholakala ke eduze kwey'dumbu zabafi. Emveni kwalokho ke futhi kwase kuyacaca ukuthi ke isona isibhamu lesi sasetshenziswa ngalesikhathi kudutshulwa.
29. The evidence in respect of the planning and execution of the murder of the deceased are inter alia as follows. 29.1. On 10th February 2023 at approximately 2000 hours, Siyabonga Gezani Ndimande, also known as Nxele, called applicant 3, Eddie, requesting for Mercedes-Benz and the firearms. The evidence collected indicates that this is the same Mercedes-Benz that was robbed in January 2023 and recovered on the 6th March 2023 at Cattle Crest Informal Settlement. 29.2. Arrangements were made between Nxele and applicant 380 that the vehicle and the firearms are to be delivered to Nxele at the M4 Jacobs off ramp. 29.3. At around 2000 hours 36 minutes 39 seconds, the grey VW Polo with registration number NUR 59728, hired and paid by applicant for Gwabeni, and at 2000 hours 37 minutes 7 seconds, the silver Hyundai i10 with the registration number NUR 38078, also hired and paid by applicant number 4 Gwabeni, are be placed by tracker or tracking reports at Jacobs off ramp. The coordinates for the vehicles place them in close proximity with each other when the white Mercedes and the firearms were handed over.
Ukuthi ke icala leli lenzeka kanjani mhla ka-10 February ngekhathi ke zabo 8 ebusuku. uSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande owaziwa ngegama likaNxele kanye no-Eddie ke wafonela u-Eddie ecela u-Eddie ukuthi ke ucela i-Mercedes le kanye nezibhamu. Ubufakazi ke esiqokelele bukhombisa ukuthi ke iyona le Mercedes le eyayikade ke intshontshwe ngoJanuary 2023 yaze yatholakala ngomhla ka-6 March 2023 isitholakala eCattle Crest endaweni ke esemjondolo. Kwaba khona ke amalungiselelo phakathi ke kukaNxele kanye no-Eddie ukuthi ke imoto le kanye nezibhamu zizolethwa kuNxele ku M4 lapha ya eJacobs ku Front yase Jacobs. Ngesikhathi ke sekusanda kudlula nje u25 to 9 wasebusuku imoto eyi-VW eyipolo egrey ene-number plate NUR 59728 eyayekade-ke iqashwe futhi ikhokhelwe uGwabeni nanga isikhathi-ke sekusanda kuyoshaya u-22:09 wasebusuku. Imoto eyiHyundai i10 esilva ngokombala ene-number plate NUR 38078 nayo-ke iqashiwe futhi ikhokhelwe uGwabeni. Lezi imoto zombili-ke i-report yaka-tracker-ke iyazikhombisa-ke noma iyazibeka laphaya-ke eJacobs kwi-off ramp yakhona. Lezi imoto lezi futhi-ke zazisondelene futhi-ke kukhona eyafika imoto i-Mercedes emhlophe la ibhamu-ke zabe seziyanikezelwana.
29.4 Siyabonga Gezani Ndimande, also known as Ngale, in the company of applicant 2 Shisela Sphamandla Ngcobo Mnqantsa and 2 other unknown males received the Mercedes-Benz mentioned herein above. 29.5 Prior to the handing over of the said Mercedes-Benz, the evidence shows that at 2040 applicant 2 Shisela's cell phone records place him in the vicinity of Jacobs. At 2033 Siyabonga Gezani Ndimande's cellular phone records place him in Kongela, which is en route to Jacobs off ramp. At 2034 applicant 1 Thabani's cellular phone records place him in Kongela, which is en route to Jacobs off ramp. There is evidence that the 3 were in the same vicinity at the same time. 29.6 At 2058 applicant 4 Gwabeni's cellular phone records place him in the vicinity of Dale Bridge Station. At 2058 15 seconds, the tracking report of the grey VW Polo with registration NUR 59728 places the vehicle passing Dale Bridge Station. There is evidence indicating that applicant 4 Gwabeni was in the same vehicle or in the vicinity where this vehicle was. The evidence further established that at 2041 applicant 5 Lindo's cellular phone records place him in the vicinity of Jacobs when the white Mercedes-Benz and the firearms were being handed over to Siyabonga Gezani Ndimande, also known as Ngale. 29.7 The evidence therefore establishes that applicant 1 Thabani, applicant 2 Shisela, applicant 4 Gwabeni and applicant 5 Lindo were part of the group that went to collect the Mercedes-Benz and the firearms to be used in the shooting and killing the deceased on that day. They were driving in 2 vehicles, being the grey VW Polo and the silver Hyundai i10.
Siyabonga Gezani Ndimande Ngcele ehamba no applicant 2 uShisela Sphamandla Ngcobo owaziwa ngomqansa kanye ke nababili ke abesilisa abangaziwa babona ke abanikezwa iMercedes le ekhulunga ngayo. Ngaphambi kokuthi ke iMercedes lena inikezwe labantu besilisa laba kunobufakazi obukhombisa ukuthi ke ngo-22:09 wasebusuku uShisela ifoni yakhe ke ikhombisa ukuthi ke wayekhona lapha ngasendaweni yase Jacobs. Ngo-2033 uSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande ewaziwa ngoNgcele ifoni yakhe naye imkhombisa ukuthi ke esendaweni yasekhongela ikhongela ke isuke ibheke khona lapha ngase Jacobs off ramp yakhona. Ngo-2034 uThabani iselula lakhe limkhombisa ukuthi ke yena wayesekhongela ikhongela ke le nayo ebheke lapha eJacobs. Kunobufakazi ke obukhona obukhombisa ukuthi ke laba bobathathu babekade ke besendaweni eyodwa ngesikhathi esisodwa. Sekuyoshaya u9 ngo-2058 u9 wantambama applicant number 4 Gwabeni i-cellphone yakhe imbeka endaweni ese-Dale Bridge Station bese kuthi ke ngo-2058 i-report yaka-tracker futhi ikhombisa ukuthi ke imoto egrey eyi-VW Polo ene-number plate NUR 59728 ibeka ke noma ikhombisa imoto le idlula khona lapha e-Dale Bridge Station. Kunobufakazi futhi obukhombisa ukuthi uGwabeni wayekade ke engaphakathi emotweni kuyona futhi leyo ndawo wayengaphakathi emotweni ngalesikhathi imoto ibonakala kuleyo ndawo leyo. Kunobufakazi futhi obukhombisa ukuthi ngo-2041 uLindo iselfoni yakhe imbeka endaweni esondelene nase-Jacobs. Ngalesi sikhathi ke ku-Mercedes lo omhlophe kanye nezibhamu ke kuzonikezelwana ngazo kuSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande owaziwa ngoNxele. Ubufakazi ke bukhombisa ukuthi ke uThabani, uShisela, uGwabeni kanye noLindo babe yingxenye ke yabantu ke abahamba beyolanda uMercedes lo kanye nezibhamu ukuthi ke kuzizosetshenziswa lezi zinto ukuthi kubulawe umufi ngosuku lwalesi sigameko. Babehamba ngeimoto ezimbili, i-VW Polo egrey kanye neHyundai i-i10 esilver.
Slight problem. We have, from the copies that have been given to us, I don't know whether my other learned friends have the same problem, but if you look at the affidavit from paragraphs 42 to 59, they're just missing, absent. From paragraph 42 to 59.
59.
The place is not what your ship. It's just that the pages are here, your ship. But however, they are misfiled on the other side. If
Okay.
at this stage, your ship, I can see that it is 10 to 11.
Yes.
We may take, not sure if it will be up until 10:15, but we're trying to sort out this issue. Take a tea break.
Maybe let's take a 30 minutes tea break. It's 10 to 11. Let's resume at 20 past 11. Is that good with everyone?
That's court, please.
in the Umlazi area. 29.10, at the meeting, Ngqele and applicant 2 Shisela were standing outside the said Mercedes-Benz. The grey VW Polo was parked in the nearby vicinity. According to the vehicle's tracking report, at 23:13, 4 seconds, the grey Polo was parked at Mandlendlovu Road in Umlazi K section around the same time. Both Ngqele and applicant 2 Shisela's cell phone records placed them in K section Umlazi at 23:30. Applicant 1 Tabani is placed in the vicinity of Mega City in Umlazi V section through his cellular phone records. At 23:11, applicant 4 Gwabeni is placed in the vicinity of Umlazi D section through his cellular phone records. 29.11.
Sorry, let's afford the interpreter.
We go page by page.
Oh, you go by. Oh, okay, fine.
29.11, the driver of the grey VW Polo alighted and was identified as applicant 1 Tabani. The passenger in the vehicle is Malusi Dave Ndimande, also known as MJ. Applicant 2 Shisela, in the presence of applicant 1 Tabani Ngqele MJ, gave instruction that the registration plate of the Mercedes-Benz be removed and changed, the barrel of the firearm be drilled.
Dispensi kanye nezibhamu lezi ke zanikezwa uNgqele iHyundai i10 yahamba kwahanjwa ngayo ukuze kuyokwenziwa ke lokunikezelana kwezinto. uNgqele ke wahamba nabantu ke kade efike nabo ngeMercedes Benz kuhanjwa ngeVW Polo egrey. iMercedes Benz kanye nezibhamu zabese ziyasetshenziswa ukuthi ke kubulawe abantu laba kuthiwa bafa eFlorida Road ngabo lobusuku lobo. Ubufakazi ke bukhombisa ukuthi ke emveni kokuthi ke kudutshulwe noma kwenziwe ke ama arrangement okudutshulwa noma emveni kokuthi kudutshulwe kukhona ama arrangement enziwa ukuthi ke izibhamu lezi zinikezelwe ke neMercedes Benz iswe eMlazi. Lapho ke kuleyo meeting leyo kwakhona uNgqele uShisela babeme ngaphandle kwayo iMercedes Benz, imoto iPolo iVW ayipake eduzane kwalapho. Kwakwama reports etracker alezi imoto lezi ngo 13 minutes past 11 iPolo egrey ayikade ipake uMandlendlovu Road eMlazi kaK. Ngaso futhi leso sikhathi leso uNgqele kanye noShisela amaselula abo akhomba ukuthi ke babekade beka K eMlazi ngesikhathi esa 11:30 ebusuku. uThabani naye uyabekwa endaweni yaseMlazi eMega City kaV, ubekwa kama record eselfone yakhe ngesikhathi sika 11 minutes past 11 wasebusuku. uGwabeni naye uyabekeka endaweni yaseMlazi kaD, ubekwa kama record ke eselfone yakhe. Udriver wePolo egrey yena ke wehlika emotweni. Yena lo muntu ke lo ke waseke ke bonakala ukuthi igama lakhe uThabani. Umuntu wayekade eyipassenger emotweni uMalusi Dave Ndimande owaziwa ngomJ. uShisela ke yena ke ehambisana noThabani Ngqele no applicant number 1 umJ. Ibona ke abakhipha ke inombolo yokuthi ke imoto ayishintsha ama number plate nokuthi ibhamu zenziwe njani.
12, the Mercedes-Benz was then driven away. Ngqele and applicant 2 Shisela jumped into the grey VW Polo with applicant 1 Tabani and Malusi Dave Ndimande MJ, and they drove away. 29.13, it was observed that the front headlight of the Mercedes-Benz was not working. The Mercedes-Benz was parked in the place in Umlazi. The same car was again used in the commission of the offences under docket barrier cars 5303 year 2023. It should be noted that applicant 2 Shisela, applicant 3 AD and Mnganza referred to here in above and Ngqele are linked to this docket. Applicant 2 Shisela, applicant 3 AD and Mnganza are appearing in Durban Court 11 for the matter under the said mentioned docket. 30. On the 13th of October 2023, applicant 380 was arrested under the docket Mayville Cars 26 of 05-2022, wherein his fingerprints were found on a getaway vehicle that was used to commit the murder. In the said vehicle, cellular phones and 9mm spent cartridges were found. The cartridges on the Mayville docket were compared by the FSL Ballistics and confirms a ballistic match indicating that it was a firearm from the same it was fired from the same firearm as the 4 9mm spent cartridges that were found on the scene of the murder of the first deceased and the second deceased in the present matter, Parikas 85/02/2023. 31. Bank statements obtained on the Standard Bank accounts of applicant 5 Lindo, where an amount of 133,000 rands was received on the 11th February 2023. The source of the said transfer was identified as being an FNB account belonging to applicant 4 Gwabeni. It was further established from the bank records of Gwabeni that on the 11th 2023 at approximately 1400 hours, he received an amount approximately 803,000 rands 455 between the hours 1700 and 2900. Cellular phone records of applicant 4 Gwabeni, applicant 1 Taban, applicant 2 Shisela, applicant 5 Lindo, Siyabonga Kezani, also known as Ngale, and Dave Malusi Ndemande, also known as Jay, placed them in the vicinity of applicant 4 Gwabeni's home, which is situated at number 1 North Road, Kawisil. Around the same time, Gwabeni transfers monies amounting to 133,000 to each applicant and the 2 other Ndemande brothers held in Swaziland or Eswatini.
Mercedes Benz lena ke kusake yabeke ke isiyahamba unxele noShisela bangena ke kwiPolo eGrey. Applicant 1 uThabani kanye noMalusi Dave Ndimande owaziwa ngomJay ke emveni kwalokho kwaseke kuyahanjwa kwabeke futhi sekuyabonakala ukuthi imoto leyo ke ithoshi leli la ngaphambili la leyo Mercedes ila lingasebenzi. Mercedes leyo ayikade ibhakiwe endaweni thizeni esemlazi. Yona leyo moto futhi ke kuthiwa yasetshenziswa ke kutheni kwenziwe elinye icala ke labeke seliyabhaliswa ngamavula icala eBrea. Lokhu ke inkantolo lokufunika iyazi ukuthi ke applicant number 2 uShisela, applicant 3 Edi kanye nomqansa nonxele bona ke labantu ke laba ibona ke abathintekayo kulelo docket lelo. uShisela, uEdi nomqansa bayavela enkantolo eCourt 11 kulelo cala lelo elisaqhubeka kuleyo nkantolo. Mhla ka 13 October 2023 uapplicant number 3 Edi Mieza waboshwa eboshelwa ke idocket lavulwa eMayville ucase number 2605 of 2022 kulelo cala lelo kwathiwa kuboshelwa ukuthi itholakale ama fingerprint akhe emotweni kwakade kubalekwa ngayo emveni kokuthi ke kubulewe umuntu thizeni. Leyo moto leyo nama cellphone kanye ke nama cartridge atholakala khona kuleyo moto. Ama cartridge lawo atholakala ke kule docket lase Mayville aseke yaqhathaniswa nalawo ke kwaseke kuyabonakala ukuthi ke lama cartridge lawa aphuma ke esibhamini esisodwa ke kunalesi ke sibandakanye kulolu daba lolu. I-statement zasebank zatholakala zase Standard Bank kwabonakala ukuthi ke ku-applicant 5 uLindo la kwatholakala ukuthi kwangena imali engango 133,000 ngomhla ka 11 February 2023. Imali leyo ke kuthiwa kwabhekwa ukuthi ivelaphi, kwatholakala ukuthi ivela ke kwi-account yakwa FNB. Leyo account yakwa FNB kuthiwa ke eyaGwabeni. Okunye kwaphinde kwatholakala ke kuyona ke le account iyaGwabeni ngomhla ka 11 February 2023 ngekhathi zabo 2 emini. Yena uGwabeni kuthiwa wathola imali kwi-account yakhe engango 803,455 randi phakathi ke kwezikhathi ke zika 5 ntambama kuze kuyoshaya u9 wasebusuku. I-cellphone kaGwabeni no applicant 1 uThabani no applicant 2 uShisela kanye no applicant 5 uLindo uSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande onqwele, uDave Malusi Ndimande umJ bathola babonakala ukuthi ke amafoni abo ababeka ke endaweni esondelene noma esendaweni la applicant number 4 uGwabeni ehlala khona. Leyo address number 1 North Road Cowies Hill. Ngesikhathi ke esodwa ke imali ke zabe seziyasuka ku account yaGwabeni ziyongena ke kuma account abanye ke imali ayifakwa kwaku 133,000 ifakela bonke ke abantu abacela ibail kanye naba lalaba abaseswaziland.
133,000 was transferred to applicant 5 Lindo's Standard Bank account. 133,000 rands was transferred to Dave Malusi Ndimande's Capitec account. 100,000 was transferred to applicant 2 Shisela's FNB account, and 33,000 rands into his Capitec account. 100,000 rands was transferred to applicant 1 Tabani's Standard Bank account, and 33,000 rand was transferred to his spouse Hlengiwe Princess Mkwana's Capitec account. 33,000 rands was transferred to Siyabonga Gezani Ndimande's Capitec account, and 100,000 rands was transferred into an ABSA account. 33. I attached a table depicting the transfers of monies indicating the times when the money was transferred, from which to which account and to whom it was transferred, as per Annexure KP1. 34. During the course of the investigation, I recovered the grey BMW, the grey VW Polo, and the silver Hyundai i10 mentioned here in above. The silver Hyundai i10 and the grey VW Polo had been hired by applicant 4 Gwabeni from a person by the name of Sonwabile Bethwel Bani.
3 rand ke wa transfer wafakelwa applicant number 5 uLindo kwi account yakhe yakwa Standard Bank. 133,000 rand ke wafakelwa uMalusi Ndimande kwi account yakhe yakwa Capitec Bank. 100,000 rand ke wafakelwa ke uShisela kwi account yakhe yakwa FNB, kwase kufakwa u33,000 rand kwi account yakhe yakwa Capitec. 100,000 rand ke wafakelwa ke uThabani kwi account yakhe yakwa Standard Bank, kwase kufakwa u33,000 rand ufakelwa unkosikazi wakhe uHlengiwe Princess Mkhwanazi kwi account yakhe yakwa Capitec. U33,000 rand ke wafakelwa ke uSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande kwi account yakhe yakwa Capitec, bese u100,000 rand wafakelwa ke kwi account yakhe yakwa ABSA. Ngifakile khona lana ke ukuthi ke kubonakala ukuthi ke imali ayisuka kephi iya kubani nangaziphi ikhathi. Ngalesikhathi ke qhutshwa nophenyo ke imoto egrey eyiBMW kanye neVW Polo neHyundai i10 ke lezi ngayithola njengoba zikhulunywa ngayo ngaphezulu. iHyundai esilver ke i10 kanye neVW Polo egrey yayi kade iqashwe uGwabeni, eqashwe kumuntu egama lakhe uSonwabile Bethwel Bani.
Upon investigation, it was discovered that the grey BMW belonged to Mr. Wesley Duga, who had given the car to Mr. Imran Khan for the purposes of firing it out. I attached a copy of a logbook of Wesley and a statement of the owner, Wesley Duga, as per Annexure KP2 and KP3 respectively. 36. Imran Khan then leased the vehicle to applicant 4, who kept and used the vehicle for his personal use due to some arrangements between himself and Mr. Khan. The vehicle was traced and seized on the 2nd of August 2023 in Manzimtoti area in possession of a white couple who informed me that they purchased the vehicle from Mr. Caleb Naidu. I obtained a statement from Mr. Noseworthy in this regard, a copy of which was given to me. I followed up on this information and Mr. Naidu furnished a statement indicating that the vehicle was given to him by applicant 4 Gwabeni. 37. I obtained a statement from Caleb Naidu a copy of which was given to me, who informed that during May 2023, applicant 4 Gwabeni brought the vehicle to him to fix as he was a mechanic. The repairs amounted to 22,500 rands. Applicant 4 informed him that the amount is too high and he has spent too much on this vehicle already, and the owner of the vehicle, Imran Duka, owes him an amount of 140,000 rands and left the BMW with him as a collateral. 38. Applicant 4 Gwabeni further informed him that the said owner has not paid him the said amount for the past 4 years and told him to sell the car or lease it to recover his monies owed. Mr. Naidu, as by instruction of applicant 4, sold the vehicle to the white couple indicated in above. Therefore, applicant 4 Gwabeni gave instructions for the disposal of the vehicle that did not belong to him. I was surprised when the applicant 4 Gwabeni showed up in my office with his attorney, the late Mr. Bongani Cele. They both offered to give me an explanation regarding this grey BMW. A statement was obtained from applicant 4 Gwabeni in the presence of his attorney as they insisted on giving the explanation. I attached the copy of the said statement as per Annexure KP4. I wish to pause there, Your Worship. I will read the statement on record, Annexure KP4, but my colleague can just interpret.
Ukuqhubeka kophenyo ke kwabe sekuyatholakala ukuthi ke iBMW le egrey umnikazi wayo kwaku Mr. Wesley Duka owayekade ke eyinikeze imoto eyinikeza ku Imran Khan ukuthi ke ku Imran Khan aqashise ngayo. Kukhona ke ilogbook ke exhunyiwe khona la ephuma ke kuyena uWesley Duka njengomnikazi wemoto. Imran Khan yena wabeke seqashisa ngemoto ke eqashisela ke applicant 4 owayethena ke imoto ke uzoyisebenzisa yena njengesivumelwano sakhe phakathi kwakhe no Mr. Khan. Imoto ke lena ke yabeke ke seyatracewa ke itholakala ngomhla ka2 August 2023 endaweni yaseManzimtoti. Ihamba ke abantu abathandanayo ababili ababelungu ababesebeyachaza ukuthi imoto bayithenge ku Mr. Caleb Naidu. Ngabe sengithola ke statement esiphuma ku Mr. Nosworthy ngalokhu ke ngase ngiyalandela ke kuleyo information ngathola ke ukuthi uMr. Naidu wabhala noma kunikeza istatement echaza ukuthi ke imoto lena wayeyithathe ku applicant number 4 uGwabeni. Istatement engasithola ku Caleb Naidu ke ikhona futhi icopy khona la wangichazela ukuthi ke ngo May 2023 uGwabeni wathenga waletha imoto kuyena ukuthi azoyilungisa njengoba ke ewumakhenika. Ukulungiswa kwale moto ke kwaseke ukuthi ke kudingeka imali engango 22,500 rand. Applicant 4 Gwabeni waseyamtshela ukuthi ke leyo mali inkulu kakhulu, iningi imali kaseyisebenzisile ukulungisa le moto. Phezukwalokho ke futhi ke umnikazi wale moto Imran Duka yamkweleta imali engango 140,000 waseke wamnikeza le BM ukuthi ke ayigcine njengoba ke engakwazanga ukumkhokhela. uGwabeni ke kuthiwa bese yaphinda ke echazela umseshi ukuthi ke echazela yena lo muntu ukuthi umnikazi ke wemoto le abengakomkhokheli le mali amkoleta yona iminyaka ewu4 yonke esidlulile engakomkhokheli. Wabesethi ke akayidayise le moto noma aqashise ngayo ukuze ke kuzobuya imali yakhe le akweletwa yona. uMr. Naidu ke njengokusho kwaGwabeni ke uthi kwabeke esenza njengoba eshilo ukuthi ke imoto ayidayisele nabantu ke abayithenga. uGwabeni uyena ke owathe imoto ake ithathwe idayiswe isuke ke kulomuntu lo wayekade enikeze yena. Ngabe ke sengiyathuka mangabe futhi uGwabeni ema-office ami ehamba nommeli wakhe ongasekho emhlabeni uBongani Cele, bobabili ke bafika bezongizama ukunginikeza incazelo mayelana nemoto le egrey eBMW. Kwabhalwa phansi statement ngalelo langa sibhala uGwabeni ehamba nommeli wakhe njengoba ke babethi bafuna ukunikeza incazelo. Istatement leso sikhona lapha sixhunyilwe su Annexure KP4.
KP4, Annexure KP4. Mziwatemba Hevikwabe states under oath in English. I am an adult African male with identity number 88082156100088, 35 years old, currently residing at 1 North Road, Cowes Hill, Pinetown, and currently as the director of Guaps Constructions. Guaps Mining, situated at Emelo, Mpumalanga, and in partnership with BT NG EPS Security Company, with cell phone number 078-389-8607, with the wife's number 081. Your Worship, just before I proceed, I discussed the issue with my learned colleagues that we are not going to read the cell phone numbers of the wives and relatives on the record, Your Worship.
It may be dangerous.
Yes, it may be dangerous, Your Worship.
Dangerous. I support the idea of,
Yes, Your Worship.
of not reading out.
Yes.
But the wife is not
For the
involved
wife,
in
the
this
wife.
matter. So let's keep her out.
Yes.
You agree, Mr. Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. About a year or two ago, I met a person by the name of Caleb by chance. I was driving an Isuzu double cab van and he took a notice of it. He then approached me and we started talking. He told me that he was a mechanic and he services all makes of cars. I told him that I was in a construction business and also owned a security business. We exchanged cell phone numbers and we departed. Paragraph 3. After a few weeks, I contacted Caleb and asked him to repair one of my vehicles, which he did. After that instance, I took all my vehicles, which was out of warrant, to him for service and repairs. I liked him because his prices were reasonable and affordable. Caleb's cell phone number -- and his workshop is in Chatsworth. I know a person by the name of Dave Zuma with a cell phone number. Dave Zuma used to advertise vehicles on his WhatsApp. In year 2021, I saw a CX-90 black Volvo advertised on his WhatsApp. I was interested in the vehicle and contacted him. We made arrangements to meet so that I could see the vehicle. Dove told me to meet him at 12th Avenue in Morningside. I proceeded to 12th Avenue and met him at cul-de-sac on the 12th Avenue. Whilst there, Dove called another person and Dove told me that this person will be coming with a Volvo. We waited for about 10 minutes and I noticed the black Volvo turning into 12th Avenue. The vehicle stopped next to us and I noticed the Indian male jumped off the Volvo using a Muslim outfit. He introduced himself as Imran to me. We spoke. He told me that the Volvo was owned by the bank, but if I pay 450,000 rands, the vehicle will be paid off. I knew that this was a bargain because the vehicle is worth around 1.5 million rands. Imran told me that I must pay 150 in 3 months or pay monthly installments of 18,500 rands per month. Right there and then I told him I wanted the vehicle. Imran told me that I must pay Dove a commission of 10,000 rands and the remainder of 140,000 rands must be paid into his account. He gave me his FNB account number and Dove gave me his Capitec account number. I transferred the monies same time to their accounts from my Standard Bank account, which is my business account for construction businesses. We waited till the monies were cleared. Then I took possession of the Volvo. He told me that I would get the logbook once the balance of monies were received.
Since this involves him only. Your Worship, I'm instructed by the accused that it's not necessary to interpret this particular document to him. He understands it. It's his statement. Yes. Yes.
Okay, fine.
Well,
Thank you.
it purports to be his statement, so we accept.
Okay, thank you. Proceed, please. Thank you.
few days later, I was driving the Volvo to Emelo. Whilst en route, the Volvo broke down just after Howick. I called Imran and told him what had happened. He told me that I must take the car to Volvo PMP since the car was still under warranty. I then towed the vehicle to PMP Volvo and booked it in under my name. They told me that they were going to check what was wrong with the vehicle and give me a call. Volvo got in contact with me and told me that the car was out of warranty and the repairs to the vehicle must be paid in cash. I contacted Imran and he told me that he would communicate with Volvo. I told Imran that I needed another car to use while the Volvo was being repaired. Imran promised to give me another car, but he didn't adhere to his promises. I contacted him for a few months to get my monies back. Imran started to avoid me. In September or October 2022, Dove contacted me and told me that he had a BMW for me. I told him to bring the car to my home. Dove told me to give him 40,000 rands cash deposit and pay 9,800 rands in installments. He told me that the car belongs to Imran. Once he told me that, I knew it was my chance to get my monies out of Imran since he owed me 150,000 rands. I paid 4,000 rands in Dove's Capitec account and told him to bring the BMW to my home. Dove came to my home with a grey 520D BMW. I noticed that the back bumper was broken off, the car had dents, the right side mirror was out. After I took possession of the BMW 520D with the registration number ND300731, I told Dove that I was not going to pay Imran any monies and I was going to take this BMW as compensation for my monies owed to me. The next day, I took the car for repairs to Pest Panel Peters in Pinetown. He replaced the back bumper, repaired the dents and scratches, painted the rims black and tinted the windows. I paid 35,000 rands for the repairs. After a month or two, I was given back the car. Less than a week later, the gearbox broke. I took it to RDG in Pinetown for repairs. The vehicle was booked in for a month and it costed me 74,000 rands for repairs. I then started using the vehicle for my personal use. In May 2023, I then had a problem with the transmission and the diff. I took the vehicle to Caleb for repairs. He repaired the vehicle and came with a bill of 22,000 rands. I told Caleb that I was sick of this vehicle and that he can do whatever he wants to do with this vehicle to recover his money since the vehicle was not on my name anyway. Caleb then took the possession of the vehicle on Wednesday, the 2nd of August, 2023. Caleb called me and told me that the police had seized the motor vehicle. On Thursday, I went to the police and told them how I came in possession of the BMW 520D with the registration number ND300731. I gave my statement to the police on Friday, the 4th of August, 2023, signed, Your Worship, by the applicant. If I may proceed also, Worship, to the main one. Thank you, Worship. 39. After Annexure KP4 was obtained, it was later established that applicant for Kwabene was already in possession of Caleb Naidu and Mr. Nosworthy's statement prior to him showing up in my office and finishing his statement. 40. My team and I are of the view that the available evidence contained in Police Docket Barrier Case 85-02-2023 proves that the suspects Siyabonga Gezani Ndimande, also known as Ngale, Dave Malusi Ndimande, also known as MJ, Lindokuhle Mhlaliseni Ndimande, also known as Lindo Applicant 5, Lindokuhle Tabani Mkhwana's Applicant 1, also known as Tabani, Edimieza, also known as Applicant 3, and Mzwetemba Heavy Kwabeni, Applicant 4, conspired to unlawfully and intentionally murder the deceased. The evidence is strong and there are good prospects of success that will support a conviction of 2 counts of murder and other charges mentioned in the charge sheet against the suspect. 41. Siyabonga Gezani Ndimande, also known as Ngale, and Dave Malusi Ndimande, also known as Jay, were arrested in Eswatini on the Saturday, 24th of February 2024, around 4 o'clock in the morning. Lindo Kuhle Mhlaliseni in demand, also known as Lindo, had left Eswatini prior to police arrival.
Emveni kokuthi ke kutholakale ke u-NXA KP4 statement lesi sagwabeni ngabe bese kuyabonakala ukuthi ke ku-applicant 4 ugwabeni wayesekade ke eyibonile i-statement zika Caleb Naidu kanye no Mr Nosworthy ngaphambi kokuthi kafike ofisini lami azomnikeza statement sakhe. Mina nethimba lami ke sinombono othi kunobufakazi ke obukhona ke esibutholile kule docket obukhombisayo ngokuphelele ukuthi ke abasolwa uSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande owaziwa ngoNxele, uDave Malusi Ndimande owaziwa ngomJ, uLindo Kuhle Mhlalisani Ndimande uapplicant number 5 owaziwa ngelikaLindo, noLindo Kuhle Thabani Mkhwanazi uapplicant number 1 owaziwa ngegama kaThabani, uEddie Siyanda Miyeza kanye noMziwe Themba Harry Gwabeni uapplicant number 4. Laba ke bahlangana ke bahlela ukuthi ke ngokungekho emthethweni nokungenhloso futhi ke bazobulala ke abafi laba abafa. Ubufakazi bukhona futhi ke buqinile phezulu kwalokho ke akhona amathuba amaningi ukuthi ke sizophumelela ngokuthi ke sibashushise kulamacala amabili ke okubulala kanye namanye amacala abhalwe ku charge sheet. uSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande Nxele no Dave Malusi Ndimande umJ baboshwa ke eSwatini ngomhla ka 24 February 2024 kuMgqibelo ngo4 eNtatha. uLindo Kuhle Mhlaliseni Ndimande uLindo wayekade ke esehambile eSwatini ngaphambi kokuthi kufike amaphoyisa.
Arrest of the applicants. 42. Applicant 1 Tabane was initially arrested under the docket Amanzimtoti Case 126 of 11/2022. He applied for his release on bail. The state opposed same. He was granted bail as indicated in his affidavit. His arrest for this matter is discussed later in this affidavit. My team and I deny that he was assaulted during the initial and the latest arrest. 43. At the time of his initial arrest, he was interviewed regarding the Manzimtoti matter. No reference was made in that interview for this present matter. No confession was made by applicant 1 Tabane in any of these matters. 44. Applicant 2 Shisela was arrested and charged under docket Beria Case 5303 of 2023. It is explained later in this affidavit how he was arrested in Gauteng area. My team and I did not assault him. He was very cooperative at the time. He even made a confession to the murder charges under that docket to a commissioned officer based in Gauteng who is unknown to us and not linked to the investigation of any of the matters my team and I are investigating. 45. What is mentioned in his affidavit before this honorable court regarding the taxi violence, the killing of his family members and the revenge attacks is indicated in the said confession. 46. In the current matter, he was arrested whilst in custody for the matter mentioned here in above. He was already legally represented. There were no assaults, torture or threats upon him.
Applicant number 1 uThabani waboshwa ke kokuqala kwidocket ke lingaphansi kwaseManzimtoti ucase number 12611 of 2022 wafaka isicelo sebail enkantolo. Isicelo sebail sakhe ke sasikade ke siphikiswa bombuso. Inkantolo yamnikeza ibail njengoba ke bhalile kwakhe affidavit. Ukuboshwa kwakhe ke kuleli cala leli ngizobuye ngikhulume ngakho kuyona le affidavit. Ithimba lami kanye nami ke siyaphika ukuthi ke samshaya ngalesikhathi ke eboshwe kokuqala nangalesikhathi seboshwe leli cala leli. Ngesikhathi ke eboshwe leli cala lokuqala ke wakhuluma noma amaphoyisa interviewer mayelana necala leli laseManzimtoti. Kukho esambuza kona mayelana naleli cala leli abhekene nalo manje futhi ke ayikho ke la agonyuluka khona wavuma leli cala. uThabani ke noma kwamanye amacala abandakanya nakona. Applicant 2 uShisela waboshwa ke wabhekana necala ke laseBreya case number 5303 of 2023 kuyachazwa kabanzi ke kuyona le affidavit ukuthi waboshwa kanjani eseGoli. Mina nethimba lami asizange simbeke isandla, yena ke wayekusebenzisana kakhulu nathi ngaso sonke isikhathi. Phezu kwalokho ke wagonyuluka ke emacaleni ke evuma amacala ke okubulala kuleli elinye icala kuleli elinye idokhethi, evuma phambi kwelinye iphoyisa elifungeliwe laseGoli elingazani nathi futhi ke lingabandakanyeki kuleli cala noma kulethimba ke eliphenya ngaleli cala leli esibhekene nalo manje. Okukhona ke kuyakhe affidavit ke eyabekwa phambi kwenkantolo mayelana ke nodlame lasemateksini nokubulawa kwemndeni kwamalunga omndeni wakhe ke nokuthi ke khona babeziphindiselela konke lokho ke wakhuluma ngakho ngalesikhathi egonyuluka kulelo phoyisa laseGoli. Kulolicala leli ke abhekene nalo manje ke waboshwa ngalesikhathi ke esangaphakathi edoksini kuleli elinye icala esikhulume ngalo la ngaphezulu. Wayevele esenabameli ke abammele kukhona lelo cala lelo, akukho noyedwa owambeka isandla futhi akekho umuntu owamsongela.
47. In relation to applicant 380, it has been indicated how he was initially arrested for unlawful possession of a firearm and also under the Mayville docket. He, for this matter and the Barrier Case 5303 year 2023 matter, was arrested while in custody for the Mayville matter. He was already legally represented. He was never assaulted, threatened, or tortured during the interviews for the different matters. 48. The arrest of applicant 4 Gwabeni is also discussed later in this affidavit. He was also never assaulted, threatened, or tortured in any manner. My team and I further deny that during the raid of applicant 4 Gwabeni's house, people were assaulted and or threatened. Entry was gained in a lawful manner as usually used when looking for a suspect in order to arrest. 49. Applicant 5 Lindo was, as discussed later in this affidavit, thought to be in Swaziland at the time the warrant of the arrest of the applicants were applied for. He formed a part of the request to Eswatini for the provisional arrest of those believed to have been there. He was later traced to his home where he could not be found. My team and I denied threatening his mother and or showing her a place or a grave where he will be buried if killed. He was also never assaulted, threatened, and or tortured in any manner.
Applicant number 3 u80 ke kuye kwashiwa ke ukuthi ngalesikhathi ke eboshwa eqaleni eboshelwa ke kutholakala ephethe isigamu ngongekho emthethweni ngedokhethi lase Mayville la yena ku80 ke kulecala lase Brea case number 5303 of 2023 waboshwa ngalesikhathi ke sangaphakathi estoksini ke etokele lecala lase Mayville. Wayesevele ke enommeli ke ommele kulelo cala lelo, akaze athintwe, akaze abekwe isandla, akaze futhi asongelwe noma ke kube khona abamshayayo. Ngalesikhathi ke ebhekene namaphoyisa ke impheka ngimbuzo kuwona wonke lamacala lawa. Ukuboshwa kukaGwabeni nakho ke kuke kwakhulunywa kuzokhulunywa kabanzi kuyona le affidavit le. Wakaze naye abekwe isandla, akaze asongelwa ke umuntu wakwamshaya. Mina nethimba lami ke futhi siyaphika ukuthi ngalesikhathi ke siya kwakhe uGwabeni siyombheka, siyaphika ukuthi kukhona umuntu esake samshaya noma esamsongela ngalelo langa ke sangena ngendlela esemthethweni ejwayelekile uma ngabe kuyobhekwa umsolwa ukuze azoboshwa. Number 5 uLindo naye kuzokhulunywa kabanzi ukuthi waboshwa kanjani kuyona le affidavit. Ekuqaleni sasicabanga ukuthi ke kuseSwatini ngalesikhathi ke kukhishwa ke izincwadi ezigunyaza ukuthi ke abasolwa baboshwe. Yena ke omunye wabantu sasifaka isicelo sokuthi ke ayolandwa noma ayoboshwa ke eSwatini ngaleso sikhathi. Mina nethimba lami ke siyaphika ukuthi safika lapha kubo sasongela uma wakhe samtshengisa ke indawo la azomenzela khona ithuna uma ngabe ke esebulewe, akaze abekwe isandla, akaze athinte umuntu, akaze asongele.
Evidence against the applicants. Applicant 1 Lindokuhle Thabani Mkhwanazi 50. The shooting scene was attended by the local criminal record center members, and they, amongst other exhibits, uplifted 6 9mm cartridge cases, 2 from one firearm and 4 from another firearm. This is consistent with the video footage where the suspect is seen with pistols. 51. The state is in possession of witness statements implicating the applicant in the commission of this offense. The witness and the scientific evidence indicate that the applicant was present when the white Mercedes and the firearms were handed back after the murders were committed. The evidence further suggests that Malusi Dave Mj is the first shooter who actually fired shots at the first deceased, aka 52. The current analysis of the cellular phone record suggests that shortly before the shooting of the deceased, the occupants in the grey VW Polo, after it dropped off applicant 5 Lindo outside the Wish restaurant, were Nxele and applicant 2 Shisela. The occupants in the white Mercedes-Benz were applicant 1 Tabani, applicant 4 Gwabeni and Mj. 53. The applicant's cellular phone records place him in the vicinity of Jacobs when the getaway vehicle, the white Mercedes-Benz and the firearms used were picked up. Thereafter, the vicinity of the crime scene during the commission of the offense, and at Umlazi when the Mercedes and the firearms were returned after the murder. The applicant's cellular phone records place him in the vicinity of the crime scene at 2200 hours 17 minutes 50 seconds. The murder occurred at 2200 hours 21 minutes 7 seconds. 54. The applicant also received a sum of 133,000 rands on the 11th of February 2023 at the same time, and together with his co-accused and other individuals linked to this case. 100,000 was transferred into his bank account and 33,000 was transferred into his wife Lengwe Mkwanazi's bank account. The cash was transferred from the applicants for Mzwetemba Gwabeni FNB account on the 11th of February.
Ubufakazi ke kuzokhuluma ngabo manje qala ngo-applicant number 1 uLindokuhle Thabani Mkhwanazi. Lapha yana okwadutshulwa khona ke kwashona ke abafu lana kwafika kochwepheshe bezoqobelela bonke ubufakazi ke khona lapho kwabe sekutholakala ke ama cartridge atholakala awu6 kanye namanye amabili ke iphuma ke kwesinye sezibhamu konke ke lokhu ke kuthiwa ke hambiselana ke nevideo ebonakalayo la kubonakala khona abasola bephethe ibhamu. Uphiko lombuso ke kuthiwa ke bane statement ke ezifaka ke uapplicant number 1 ke ekubandakanyeni keni kuleli cala leli. Ufakazi abakhona ke ngofakazi abakhona kanye nabanye ke uSocience abakhona ke abaletha ubufakazi ke obukhombisayo ukuthi ke uyabandakanyeka ecaleni. Applicant kuthiwa kade ekhona ngalesikhathi iMercedes kanye nezibhamu zinikezelwa emveni kokuthi ke kwenziwe ubugebengu. Khona ubufakazi futhi obukhombisayo ukuthi ke uMalusi Dave Ndimande waziwa ngegama lika MJ uyena ke owadubula kuqala owadubula ke isibhamu lesi sadubula umufi aka. Bese ke number 52 kubhala ukuthi ke njengamanje ke ubufakazi bama cellphone bukhombisa ukuthi kafishane nje ngaphambi kokuthi ke kudutshulwe umufi ke abantu abekade besemotweni eGrey AVW Polo emveni kokuthi ke yehlise uapplicant number 5 uLindo ngaphandle kwaleya restaurant iWish kanye kwakhona uNxele noapplicant number 2 uShisela. Abantu labo ababekade besemotweni eyiMercedes Benz kwakhona applicant number 1 uThabani kanye noapplicant number 4 uGwabeni kanye noMJ. Ama cellphone ke ama record ama cellphone kuthiwa yakubeka kuleya ndawo yase Jacobs la imoto le eyeMercedes kwakuyona kwakhanjwa ngayo kanye nezibhamu ke zathathwa khona. Emveni kwalokho futhi kama record ye cellphone akubeka endaweni la kwenza khona isigameko noma la kwenziwa khona ubugebengu. Aphinde futhi ama record ye cellphone akubeke eMlazi ngalesikhathi ke kukhona iMercedes kanye nezibhamu sezibuyiselwa emveni kokuthi ke kwenziwe ubugebengu cell phone record yakho iyakufaka endaweni ke yesigameko lesi ke senziwa ngo 21 minutes past 10 wasebusuku. Record lakho le cell phone likhombisa ukuthi awukuleya ndawo ngabo 17 minutes past 10 wasebusuku. Kuthiwa emveni kwalokho applicant number 1 waphinda wathola imali engango 133,000 rand ngomhla ka 11 February ngesikhathi esisodwa kanye nabanye obhekene nabo ababhekene necala elifana nalelo obhekene nalo. 100,000 rand wafakwa kwi-account yakho yaka Standard Bank. 33,000 rand wafakwa kwi-account yankosikazi wakho uHlengiwe Mkhwanazi kwi-account yakhe yakwa Capitec. Leyo mali leyo yayisuka ke kwi-account yamziwe Themba Havi Gwabeni, account yakhe yakwa FNB kwakumhla ka 11 February 2023.
55. Based on what is stated herein above, the state has a prima facie case against the applicant. There are no exceptional circumstances present warranting his release on bail. Applicant 2, Lindani Zenzele Shisela Ndimande. 56. The state is in possession of a witness statements implicating the applicant in the commission of this offense. The witness and the scientific evidence indicate that the applicant was present when the white Mercedes-Benz and the firearms were picked up at Jacobs prior to the murder and handed back in Umlazi after the murder. The applicant's cellular phone records place him in the vicinity of the crime scene at 2200 hours 19 minutes and 6 seconds. The murder occurred at 2200 hours 21 minutes and 7 seconds. 57. There is evidence implicating applicant 2 Shisela as a person who gave instructions how the firearms should be dealt with after the shooting, and that the removal of the number or registration plate of the white Mercedes-Benz when the firearms and the vehicle were returned. 58. The applicant's cellular phone records place him in the vicinity of Jacobs when the getaway vehicle, the white Mercedes-Benz, was picked up. Thereafter, at the vicinity of the crime scene during the commission of the offense, and at Umlazi when the Mercedes-Benz and the firearms were returned after the murder. 59. The applicant together and at the same time with his co-accused and then demanded brothers in Swaziland received a sum of 133,000 into his bank accounts on the 11th of February 2023, the day after the murder. 100,000 was transferred into his FNB account and 33,000 was transferred into his Capitec account. The cash was transferred from applicants' forms were turned by Vigwaben FNB account on the 11th February 2023. 60. Based on what is stated herein above, the state has a prima facie case against the applicant. There are no exceptional circumstances present warranting his release on bail.
Shisela Ndimande uphiko lombuso ke luphethe ofakazi ke nestatement esiphuma kofakazi ke abakhombisa ukuthi wawukade ukhona ngalesikhathi kwenzeka ke bonke lobugebengu. Ofakazi ke laba ke liyakhombisa ukuthi wawukhona ngalesikhathi ke kufika kukhona iMercedes le yayilandwa ke kanye nezibhamu zilandwa eJacobs ngaphambi kokuthi ke kwenza ubugebengu. Yaphinde futhi ke kwabuyelwa eMlazi seziphindiswa lezi zinto lezi emveni kokuthi kwenzele kobugebengu. Cellphone ke applicant number 2 uShisela ikhombisa ke noma iyamfaka endaweni yesigameko iyambeka khona ngesikhathi kwenzeka leso sigameko, iyayidonsa khona laphayana ngo 19 minutes past 10, kanti ke ubugebengu noma ke umufi wabulawa ngo 21 minutes past 10 ebusuku. Ukhona ubufakazi ke obukhombisayo noma butshengisa ukuthi uShisela umuntu ke okuyena owakhipha ke umyalelo wokuthi ke izibhamu lezi ke kufuneka kwenziweni ngazo, nanokuthi ke ama number plate emoto kumele ashintshwe kanjani, nokuthi ke izimoto kanye nezibhamu zobuyiselwa kanjani emuva. Cellphone ke ya applicant number 2 iyambeka endaweni ke yase Jacobs la imoto ke iyalandwa khona kanye nezibhamu zithathwa khona, nibeka nasendaweni yesigameko kanye ke nasendaweni yaseMlazi ngalesikhathi bese kubuyiselwa uMercedes Benz kanye nezibhamu zibuyiselwa emveni kokuthi kwenziwe lobugebengu o-applicant kanye ke nabanye ngesikhathi esisodwa nalaba abaseswatini bathola imali engango 133,000 rand. Wayithola ke le mali kuma-account akhe ngomhla ka-11 February 2023 ngakusasa emveni ke kwenziwe ke isigameko lesaya 100,000 rand wafaka i-account yakhe yakwa-FNB, kwaseke ke u-33,000 rand wafaka i-account yakhe yakwa-Capitec. Imali lena yatransferwa ke isuka ku-applicant 4 uMziwethemba uHavi Gwabeni, i-account yakhe yakwa-FNB kwakumhla ka-11 February 2023. Ngakho konke lokhu ke sengikubhalela ngaphezulu ke ngiyafisa ukusho enkantolo ukuthi ke uphiko lombuso kunobufakazi ke obugcwele ke futhi obuqinile obukhombisa ukuthi kunecala kufuneka siphendulele kulona. Phezulu kwalokho kayikho izimo angaziletha enkantolo ke ezingakhombisa ukuthi kubulungiswa ukuthi athole ibail.
Applicant 3, Siyanda Edimiers, 61. The state is in possession of witness statements implicating the applicant in the involvement of this offense. The witnesses states that the applicant had supplied the firearms in the white Mercedes Benz to his co-accused prior to the murder. 62. The applicant was contacted by Siyabonga Gezani in demand, also known as Ngale, at approximately 2000 hours 2 minutes 48 seconds, whereby a request and the subsequent arrangements were made for the white Mercedes Benz and the firearms to be handed over to Ngale at the Jacobs Off-Ramp. 63. On the 21st of April 2023, I was informed that he was arrested under docket Peggy-Temba Case 138/04/2023 for unlawful possession of a Norinco pistol with the serial numbers filed off. He was arrested a few months after the killing of both deceased and after the Mercedes Benz and the murder weapons were returned back to him. This firearm was forwarded to Forensic Science Laboratory Ballistics, and it was established that the said Norinco pistol found in his possession is positively and ballistically linked to the 2 nickel spent cartridges found next to the first deceased, Kiernan Forbes, also known as AKA. 64. On the 13th of October 2023, Edimiers was arrested on the Mayville Case 26/05/2022, wherein his fingerprints were found on a getaway vehicle that was used to commit the murder. In the said vehicle, cellular phones and 9mm spent cartridges were found. The cartridges found on the Mayville docket were compared by the FSL Ballistics and confirms a ballistic match indicating that it was fired from the same firearm as the 4 9mm spent cartridges that were found on the scene of the murder of the first Kiernan Forbes aka and the second Tebello Motsoane Tibz, deceased in Beria Case 85/02/2023. 65. Based on what is stated here in above, the state has a prima facie case against the applicant. There are no exceptional circumstances present warranting his release on bail.
Lombuso ke Siyanda Edimiers ke bathi ke banofakazi kanye nestatement ezikufakayo kuleli cala leli ukuthi kuyabandakanyeka ofakazi laba ke noma istatement isikhomba ukuthi Edimiers ke uyena owakhipha ke izibhamu kanye nemoto le iMercedes ukuthi ke isetshenziswe ke abanye abasolwa ngaphambi kokuthi ke kwenzeke ubugebengu. Edimiers athawa kufonelwa uSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande owaziwa ngoNxele ngekhathi ke ezingabo 8:02 wasebusuku, lapho ke ayekade ecela ke ukuthi ke kwenziwa amalungiselelo ukuthi ke kutholakale le Mercedes le kanye nezibhamu ukuze ke zonikezelwa yena eJacobs Off-Ramp yakhona mhla 21 April 2022. Ngabe ke sengiba nolwazi lokuthi ke uboshiwe kwi-docket yaseBheki-Themba ke iboshelwa kutholakala ephethe ke ibhamu noma isibhamu ngokungekho emthethweni. wabeke seyaboshwa ke emveni kwezinyanga ke ezimbalwa ke boshelwa lona leli cala lelasebhekene nalo. Lokhu ke kwenzeka emveni kokuthi ke uMercedes kanye ke nezikhali lezi zibuyiselwe kuyena. Isibhamu leso ke sabe sesiyahanjiswa ukuthi ke siyohlolwa ochwepheshe bakhona kwase kutholakala ukuthi ke leso sibhamu leso osuhlobo lenorin kho ke satholakala ke ku Edemieza. Lesi sibhamu lesi ke siyamesha ke ama cartridge lawa okuthiwa atholakala emveni kokuthi ke kwenzeke lesi sigameko lesi ngomhla ka 13 October 2023 Edemieza waboshwa eMayville ku case number 2605/2022. Lapho ke kwatholakala khona ama fingerprint akhe emotweni thizeni okwakuthiwa kwakubalekwa ngayo emveni kokuthi ke kwenziwe icala. Leyo moto leyo yatholakala khona ama cellphone kanye nama cartridge esibhamu sohlobo le9mm. Lawo ma cartridge atholakala ke kule docket yase Mayville nakhona aqhathaniswa ke ochwepheshe bakhona kwase kuyatholakala ukuthi ke uyamesha nama cartridge atholakala ngalesikhathi ke kubulawa abafi lelicala leli. Ngakho konke ke esengikushilo la ngaphezulu ke ngiyafisa ukutshela inkantolo ukuthi ke umbuso unecala eliqinile okufuneka wesiphendulela kulona futhi azikho izimo angaziletha enkantolo ezingenza ukuthi kube ubulungiswa ukuthi athole ibail.
Applicant 4 Mzwethemba Gwabeni 66. The grey BMW with registration ND30731 that followed AKA and his entourage from King Shaka Airport to the Hilton Hotel was in possession of applicant 4 at the time. The evidence indicates that he was the driver at the time. His cellular phone records is also consistent with the movement of the BMW as well as a visual payment of the parking. The vehicle was seized and statements were obtained from witnesses implicating applicant 4 as being in possession of the grey BMW at the time of the incident. 67. He paid for a parking at the airport using his visual card around the same time AKA was leaving the airport. The BMW can be seen on video footage following AKA through the airport toll gate and can also be seen on footage passing the Hilton Hotel in seconds prior to the arrival of AKA and his entourage. The applicant's cellular phone records consist with him being at the airport and Hilton Hotel.
Applicant number 4 Mzwethemba Gwabeni imoto ke grey BMW enenumber plate NG 300-731 le ekuthiwa yalandela uAKA kanye nethimba lakhe besuka eKing Shaka Airport beze beyofika eHilton Hotel. Leyo moto leyo kuthiwa ke kwakuya Gwabeni ke ekuyona ngaso sonke leso sikhathi. Ubufakazi ke bukhombisa ukuthi ke uyena wayekade eshayela imoto ngaleso sikhathi. Iselula lakhe ama record ke ayambeka ke kuleyo ndawo kanye nokuthi ke ambeka kuleyo ndawo nala kwakhamba khona imoto eyiBMW kanye ke nokuthi wakhokha ngeselfone ekhokhela iparking. Imoto lena ke yathathwa nestatement zatholakala kofakazi bemfaka applicant number 4 njengomuntu ke kwakuyena onale moto igrey BMW ngaleso sikhathi nangalelo langa. Wakhokhela ke iparking khona lapha e-airport esebenzisa ke virtual card esefonini yakhe ngesikhathi ke esifanayo ecishe sifane nangalesikhathi uAKA ehamba e-airport. iBMW le iyabonakala ku-video footage ilandela uAKA kusukela e-airport kuze kuyofika kuleya toll gate. Iyabonakala futhi kuyona i-footage leyo idlula ngase Hilton Hotel imizuzwana ngaphambi kokuthi ke kufika uAKA kanye nethimba lakhe. I-cellphone ke ya applicant iyabonakala futhi kuyambeka ebekutheni abesendaweni efanayo nomufi airport kanye nase Hilton Hotel. I-cellphone ya applicant ama record ayambeka endaweni ke noma endaweni esondelene nase Jacobs la imoto le ekwakubaleka ngayo. I jumped the gun, I'm sorry.
68. The applicant's cellular records place him in the vicinity of Jacobs when the getaway vehicle, the white Mercedes-Benz, and the firearms were picked up. Thereafter, at the vicinity of the crime scene during the commission of the offense, and at Umlazi when the Mercedes-Benz and the firearms were returned after the murder. The applicant's cellular phone records place him in the vicinity of the crime scene at 2200 hours 17 minutes and 50 seconds. The murder occurred at 2200 hours 21 minutes and 7 seconds. Applicant for Gwaben also used his visual card at around 2300 hours 25 minutes at Umlazi Caltex Nela Kahle filling station situated in Umlazi W section which is close to where the vehicles were returned. 69. Evidence collected also implicates applicant 4 as the person who hired the grey VW Polo with registration number NUR 59728 and the silver Hyundai i10 with registration number NUR 38078 during the relevant times of these incidents. Both vehicles can be placed at Jacobs off-ramp. The coordinates for the vehicles place them in close proximity with each other. When the white Mercedes-Benz and the firearms were handed over, the Polo was used as a spotter vehicle in this case. 70. It was further established from the bank records of applicant 4 Kwabeni that on the 11th of February 2023 at approximately 1400 hours he received an amount of 803,000 rands, 455 rands. Cellular phone records of applicant 4 show that prior to the money being deposited, a call is made by him to a number linked to Mr. Sydney Mfunda Taba. Shortly after this call, an amount of 803,455 rand is transferred to the bank account of the applicant. The bank statements are attached to in his affidavit, but not showing the period of these transactions.
Ama-record eselfoni ye-applicant ihambeka-ke endaweni esondelene nase-Jacobs la imoto le Mercedes kanye nebhamu zalandwa khona. Emveni kwalokho kuye iyambeka endaweni la kwenzeka khona isigameko. Imbeka nasendaweni yasemlazi ngalesikhathi-ke i-Mercedes-Benz kanye nebhamu zibuyiselwa khona emveni kokuthi-ke kubulawe. Ama-cellphone record-ke ayambeka futhi-ke endaweni-ke noma esondelene nendawo yesigameko esenzeka ambeka ngesikhathi esika 17 minutes past 10. Icala leli kuthiwa lenzeka ngo 21 minutes past 10. Applicant number 4 Gwabeni wasebenzisa ikhadi lakhe lesefonini ngesikhathi ngabo 25 minutes past 11 emlazi kaCaltex nela kahle eka W emlazi eseduze kakhulu nala imoto ezabuyiselwa khona. Ubufakazi obuqokelekile khombisa ukuthi ke applicant 4 uyena umuntu waqasha ke imoto ePolo egrey ne number plate NUR 59728 kanye ne Hyundai i10 ene number plate NUR 38078. ngaleso sikhathi noma ngalezo ikhathi kwenzeka ke igameko lezi zombili lezi imoto lezi ziyabekwa noma ke khona ubufakazi obukhombisa uzazisendaweni ke yase Jacobs off ramp yakhona ngeyikhathi ke ezicishe zifane futhi zisondelene kakhulu ndawonye. Ngalesikhathi Mercedes emhlophe kanye nebhamu ziyobuyiselwa. Ipolo eyayisetshenziswa ke ukuthi kube yiyona ke eqaphayo kuleli cala leli. Kwaphinde kwatholakala ke kuma record asebhenki applicant number 4 Gwabeni ukuthi ngomhla 11 February 2023 ngabe isikhathi zabo 2 emini wathola imali kwi-account yakhe ingango 803,455 rand. Ma-record eselfoni akhombisa ukuthi applicant 4 ngaphambi kokuthi imali ke ingene wafona efonela inamba ke ekuthiwa ke ilinke ke ku Mr. Sydney Mfunda Caba. Kwathi ke kuphela ke imizuzwana lapho ke kwabe sekungena imali engango 803,455 rand. Leyo mali yangena kwi-account applicant 4. I-statement ke sikhona la esikhombisayo ke sikhona i-statement kwi-affidavit yakhe kodwa asikhombisi ikhathi nosuku ngalesikhathi kungenwa lezi imali lezi.
71. The money was transferred from the bank account of the company, Bright Circle Pty Ltd. According to the company records, Mr. Sidney Mfunda Gcaba is the sole director of this company. When the money was transferred, a reference was used as consult. This, we are of the view, was done to disguise the nature of the funds, as same is viewed to be payment for the shooting. My team and I are currently investigating the source of this and any other funds that may have been used for the planning and execution of these offenses. 72. Further, when applicant transferred these amounts as indicated herein above and herein under, he used the reference dividends. His company records do not indicate that any of the accused and the demanded brothers in Eswatini were shareholders in any of his companies. Therefore, they were not entitled to any dividends. We are of the view that this reference was used to disguise in order to hide the nature and the source thereof, hence the state preferred charges of money laundering. 73. The same day, around 1800 hours 22 minutes, Gwabeni transfers monies amounting to 665,000 rands to applicant 1, applicant 2, applicant 5, and 2 other suspects. 133,000 rands was transferred to Lindokuhle Mhlalseni Demander's bank account. 133,000 rands was transferred to Dave Malusi Demander's bank account. 100,000 was transferred to Lindani Zenzelen Demander's FNB account, and 33,000 rands into his Capitec account. 100,000 was transferred to Lindokuhle Tabani Mkwana's Standard Bank account, and 33,000 was transferred to his spouse, Hlengu Princess Mkwana's account. 33,000 rands was transferred to Siabonga Kezani Demander's Capitec account, and 100,000 rands was transferred into an ABSA account. The remaining cash of 138,455 was retained by the applicant 4. Applicant 4 on the same day then transferred 96,000 rands in favor of St. Benedict School, where one of his children is attending. In the view of the analysis of all the applicants' accounts in this relevant period and that of applicant 4, this is the first large amount that is transferred to his account by the said company. There is no evidence at our disposal indicating any form of services he might have rendered to this company. 75. Based on what is stated herein above, the state has a prima facie case against the applicant. There are no exceptional circumstances present warranting his release on bail.
Imali leyo kuthiwa kade iphuma kwi-account eregistered kwinkampani ebizwa ngokuthi Bright Circle Pty Limited. Ngokwama-record enkampani, uMr. Sidney Mfunda Gcaba uyena-ke ophethe le nkampani yedwa, akekho omunye. Ngalesikhathi imali le i-transfer-wa-ke kwakade kukhona-ke i-reference ayibhaliwe ithi consult. Lokhu-ke sinombono ukuthi-ke lokhu kwakwenza ukuthi-ke bafihle igama lokuthi-ke kade kwenziwani, ingakho kubhalwe ukuthi consult. Babengafuna ukuthi baveze ukuthi imali lena imali ababekhokhelana yona emveni kokuthi-ke kudutshulwe. Mina nethimba lami njengamanje-ke sisaqhubeka nophenyo ukuze-ke sizothola-ke umsuka wale mali, nokuthi-ke kutholakale ezinye mhlambe iy'mali ezingenzeka ukuthi zasetshenziswa ngalesikhathi-ke kwenziwa-ke le plan yokuthi kwenziwe le cala leli. Phezu kwalokho-ke applicant lona wabe-ke sefaka-ke izimali njengoba-ke sishilo ngaphezulu imali ezifakela-ke laba abanye-ke abasolwa i-reference ayibhaliwe ukuthi-ke dividends phecelezi izabelo. Inkampani yakhe nama-record akhona akhombisa ukuthi-ke applicant-ke laba abanye aboshwe nabo akekho noyedwa wabo-ke abenza ibhizinisi nabo, nalaba abaseswatini futhi ababhaliwe enkampanini yakhe. Ngakho-ke asiboni ukuthi-ke wakhona-ke kwakuze kumele akhokhelwe imali ebhalwe ukuthi-ke izabelo eziphuma enkampanini. sinombono wokuthi ke le reference lena yabhalwa lana kwakuyona ukuthi kufihlwa ukuthi ke imali eyani nokuthi ke bekade kwenziwani ingakho ke sibabeke ngecala lokushushumbiswa kwemali ngalo lona losuku lolu ngo-22 minutes past 6 uGwabeni utransfer imali ke elinganiselwa ku-665,000 iya ku-applicant 1, applicant 2, applicant 5 kanye nabanye abasolwa ababili 133,000 rand wanikezelwa uLindo Kuhle Mhlaliseni Ndimande kwi-account yakhe yakwa-Standard Bank. 133,000 rand wona watransfera uDave Malusi Ndimande kwi-account yakhe yase-Capitec. 100,000 rand watransfera kuLindani Zenzele Ndimande FNB account kanye no-33,000 wangena kwi-account yakhe yaka-Capitec. 100,000 rand ke watransfera uLindo Kuhle Thabani Mkhwanazi kwi-account yakhe yakwa-Standard Bank. U-33,000 wafakelwa ke unkosikazi wakhe uHlengiwe Princess Mkhwanazi kwi-Capitec account. U-33,000 wafakelwa uSiyabonga Gezani Ndimande kwi-account yakhe yakwa-Capitec kanye no-100,000 rand wafakwa ke kwi-account yakhe yakwa-Absa. Le enye imali ayikadisele engango-138,455 rand yona leyo mali leyo yasala kuyena ke uGwabeni. Applicant 4 ngalo lolo suku leyo wabeke sefaka imali engango-96,000 rand iya esikoleni iSt Benedict's lapho ke eyodwa yey'ngane zakhe ifunda khona. Ngokuhlaziya kwethu konke ke lokhu ke ngalesi sikhathi lesi kwenzeka yonke lento applicant 4 le mali le eningi kangaka kwakuqala ivela kule nkampani le akaze ngaphambilini kwenzeke akukho futhi ubufakazi obukhombisa ukuthi ke kube khona umsebenzi awenzayo noma wenzela le nkampani le. Ngakho konke lokho sekushiwo la ngaphezulu ke umbuso ke unecala elikhona ekufuneka aziphendulele kulona eliqinile. Azikho izimo angayiveza lapha enkantolo ke ezingenza ukuthi inkantolo ivume nebail.
Applicant 5 Lindo Kuhle Mhlaliseni Lindo Ndimande 76. At around 1600 hours 39 minutes, Lindo Kuhle Mhlaliseni Ndimande cellular phone records place him in the vicinity of Shark Spot in Umhlanga, which is close to Hilton Hotel. According to the tracking reports of the grey VW Polo, the registration number NUR 59728, which was used as a spotter vehicle, was at Umhlanga Rocks Drive at 1600 hours 40 minutes from the above. It can be determined that Lindo Kuhle Ndimande was in the Polo that passed the Hilton Hotel. 77. The applicant's cellular phone records place him in the vicinity of Jacobs when the getaway vehicle, the white Mercedes, and the firearms were picked up thereafter at the vicinity of the crime scene during the commission of the offense. Minutes, the applicant is captured on CCTV footage entering the restaurant and having a meal at the restaurant while AKA was inside the restaurant. He chose a spot where AKA and those in his company were in his sight. This is indicated on CCTV footage where he had to change seats while inside the restaurant. The applicant thereafter used his Standard Bank card to pay for his meal and drinks. He is also seen busy on his cellular phone while eating and looking at the direction of AKA and those in his company. 79. During the shooting outside the restaurant, other people ran away while others went outside to look. He remained inside and not shaken like others were. The applicant's cellular phone records places him in the vicinity of the crime scene between 2100 hours 17 minutes and 2200 hours 32 minutes. 80. The applicant also received a sum of 133,000 rands into his bank account on the 11th of February 2023. The matter. The said bank account was opened by the applicant on the morning of the 10th of February 2023, the day of the matter. The cash was transferred from applicant's Forbes with Temba Heavy Gwabeni's FNB account on the 11th February 2023, 81. Based on what is stated here in above, The state has a prima facie case against the applicant. There are no exceptional circumstances present warranting his release on bail.
Lindo kuhle mhlaliseni lindo on demand kuthiwa ke ngabo 1639 ngo-2025 ntambama ulindo kuhle mhlaliseni demand ama record eselfoni ke yambeka endaweni ke ye-Sharksboard eMhlanga esondelene ne-Hilton Hotel ngokwe report yaka tracker imoto egrey AVW NUR 59728 ayikade isetshenziswa ngokuthi ke kube khona abaqaphile kuleyo moto ayikade isemhlanga Rocks Drive ngo-2025 ntambama kulokhu ke ngila kubhalelwa ngaphezulu ke singasho ukuthi ke kulindo kuhle ndimande wayengaphakathi ke kuleyo polo ngalesikhathi idlula lapha eHilton Hotel i-cellphone ke ima record cellphone ayambeka endaweni yase Jacobs la kwakade kulanda khona leyo moto yo Mercedes kanye nebhamu emveni kwalokho ke imbeka ke lapha yana endaweni kwenzeka khona ke isigameko applicant uyabonakala ke eshiwa ngemoto ehlika emotweni grey AVW Polo restaurant esewish ngabo 9:17 wasebusuku yabonakala ku CCTV footage restaurant edla lapha yana isidlo ngalesikhathi eNCA kuthiwa wayehleli ngaphakathi kuleyo restaurant wakhetha ke indawo la ehleli indawo la uAKA kanye nabantu ahamba nabo bezobonakala kahle ku leyo CCTV footage ke kuthiwa ke okuvelayo ukuthi akaza wadinga ukuthi ke ashintshe ihlalo la kade ehleli khona ngaphakathi e-restaurant. Applicant emveni kwalokho kuthiwa wasebenzisa ikhadi lakhe ukuze ke akhokhele ukudla kanye neziphuzo lezi akade eziphuza lapha ngaphakathi uyabonakala futhi ebusy ke ne-cellphone yakhe ngalesikhathi edla aphinde futhi ajeqeze lapha ehleli khona lo AKA kanye nabantu ahamba nabo ngalesikhathi ke kudutshula eminyango ke abantu ke ababengaphakathi kuthiwa bayabonakala bebaleka abanye beya eminyango bayobheka ukuthi kanti kwenzakalani ulindokuhle kuthiwa wahlala ngaphakathi engathukile njengabanye abantu waqhubeka nento ayenza ngaphakathi i-cellphone record ke iyambeka endaweni ke yalesi sigameko ngesikhathi esivelayo ku-17 minutes past 9 kuze kuyoba u-32 minutes past 10 wasebusuku. Applicant ke kuthiwa kwathola imali engango-133,000 account yakho yaka Standard Bank ngomhla ka 11 February 2023 ngakusasa emveni kokuthi ke kwenzeke leso sigameko leso. Le account yaka Standard Bank yavulwa wena ekuseni ngomhla ka 10 February 2023 ngosuku ke lolu kwabulawa khona umufi. Imali ke yangena account yakho ivela ku-applicant 4 uMzwethemba Harvey Gwabeni iphuma ku-account yakhe yakwa FNB ngomhla ka 11 February 2023 ngalokho sekubikwe lapha ngaphezulu ngifisa ukutshela inkantolo ukuthi ke kunecala eliqinile adinga ukuthi ayoziphendulela kulona enkantolo azikho izimo angazilethe enkantolo ezingenza ukuthi inkantolo ivume nebail.
As it pleases the court, your worship, I can see now is 5-1. If we may request the court, at least at this stage, your worship, we take a lunch adjournment up until we come back, your worship.
Not even halfway.
I'm telling you, your worship.
So I foresee a situation where we may not finish the state's case today. Can we perhaps agree to shorten our lunch and come back earlier, if that is not going to inconvenience other people, so that we can at least finalize the state's case? That's a proposal.
I'm not a pessimist, but an optimist with reservations. With my instructing attorneys, we have been looking carefully at the affidavit deposed to by the investigators. Even if we were to abbreviate our lunch adjournment, being an optimist with reservations, I doubt if we will be done with the state evidence today.
Yeah, no, that's we're not even halfway. So what are you saying, Mr. Mlojo?
Yes, as parties, we will try to put our heads together But we may have maybe a 45-minute adjournment to accommodate that aspect, so that we can also look at the possibility of other dates cannot be excluded, Your Worship.
But can we at least agree at starting at 1:45 instead of 2 o'clock? Agreed?
I have no problem with it.
Okay.
We agree.
Right. Let's adjourn until 1:45 then.
2 counts of murder, 125. The 2 deceased were shot at. The 2 shooters used handguns, pistol shooting both deceased. Both deceased died of gunshot injuries. The evidence in the docket supports both counts of the murder. 5 counts of attempted murder. Both deceased were standing in a crowd with other people who are mentioned in count 6 to count 10. The CCTV footages and written statements by the witnesses clearly show a picture that the shooting was directed at the area where these people were standing with both deceased. It could be that the shooting was directed at the first deceased, but the second deceased sustained gunshot injuries. 127. In the view of the direction of the shooting, any of the people standing with both the deceased could have been hit by the bullets fired. They were lucky that the shots missed. The actions of the shooters amounts to dolus eventualis kind of culpa. Their actions were completed in preparation and execution to could have led to any person dying, thereby completing a charge of attempted murder. Unlawful possession of firearms and ammunition. My team and I recovered one of the 2 firearms. The other firearm is still at large. The non-recover of the second firearm does not at all weaken the state case on the charges preferred. 129. The proven facts will prove that cartridge cases of the second firearm were recovered at the scene and tested for ballistics to determine those were cartridge cases of what caliber. Further, the proven facts will prove that the second deceased died as a result of gunshot injuries for the second firearm. This therefore proves that the said firearm was in a working condition for it to might have caused the death of the deceased. 130. Further evidence will show and prove that the said second firearm was not licensed to any of the applicants, therefore it remains an unlicensed firearm. From all those proven facts, the trial court will be asked to draw the only reasonable inference that the said firearm, despite it not recovered, was unlicensed firearm, and therefore on the day at the time the shots were fired from that firearm, the person in possession thereof was not in lawful possession of the said firearm. 131. I have been advised that this honorable court will be favored with a recent decision from this division in relation to this principle, confirming that the court may in appropriate circumstances make the said inferential reasoning. 132. Further, the principle of joint possession is applicable in circumstances of this case following a conspiratorial agreement and the roles that the applicants and their associates were given in the execution of a plan to kill the first deceased. There is evidence, as earlier indicated, that applicant 3 handed the firearms to his co-accused to execute the plan. He received same back. He was later found in possession of one of the murder weapons. 133. In handing over the firearms, he had the intention that his co-accused possessed firearms on his behalf, and the others, when they took it from him, had the intention to possess same on his behalf. This is clearly also indicated by the fact that after the shooting of both deceased, the firearms were returned to applicant 3. 134. The state is confident that the trial court will convict the applicants of joint possession under the circumstances. Applicant 2 has a previous convictions where he was declared unfit to possess the firearm by the court around 2011. Money laundering. 135. It is the evidence in the docket that the applicants were paid for having killed both deceased and the first deceased in particular. The said money therefore is proceeds of criminal activities, because for the applicants to be paid, they had to commit the said criminal offense of killing both deceased and the first deceased in particular. 136. Those proceeds of crime were paid into the bank account of applicant 4 Gwabeni in the amount of 803,455 rands. When the said proceeds were paid over, it was indicated that it was for consultation services that applicant 4 supposedly gave services for. This had an effect of disguising or concealing or disguising the nature, source, location, disposition, or the movement of the said money or ownership. 137. In turn, applicant 4 Gwabeni immediately paid the money over to his co-accused and the 2 demanded brothers kept in Swaziland, and indicated that those were dividends paid. The other applicant received the proceeds of the criminal activities knowing or ought to have reasonably known that it was or formed a part of the proceeds of unlawful activities of another person. 138, applicant for Gwabeni used these proceeds of criminal activities to pay school fees for one of his children to the amount of around 90,000 rands to other applicants, also the said proceeds for their personal gain. Considerations in terms of Section 6, subsection 4A to D of the Criminal Procedure Act. 139. In this matter, it can be clearly seen that applicants involved had a totally disregard for the safety of the community and the public in general, as the shooting had occurred outside the restaurant on a popular road at night and the multiple shots were fired in the direction of the public. This is further evident from the footage that there were other members of the public near the deceased when they were shot. Likelihood that the accused, if released on bail, will endanger the safety of the public or any particular person or will commit further Schedule 1 offenses. Section 6, subsection 4A, read with Section 6, subsection 5 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Applicant 1, Lindokuhle Thabani Mkhwanazi. 140. The applicant is in a taxi business industry that is prone to violence on a daily basis. Applicant has a pending matter under docket Amanzi Mtoti Case 12611 year 2022. Amanzi Mtoti matter. The matter is a taxi violence related where automatic rifles were used in a public area. The deceased was killed due to the conflict over the taxi routes that the applicant and his associates wanted to conquer for control. The shooting happened in a mall where there were a number of public members that were busy with their daily shopping. 141. The killing in the Amanzi Mtoti matter has an element of revenge attacks where one section of the taxi association is attacked. Applicant 1, as will be indicated here in under, informed us that he changed addresses because he received information that there were plans from other taxi association to have him killed. He therefore did not stay at his given address as a result and seek refuge in other place. 142. His life is therefore in a constant danger. In the event he is attacked by his rivals, there is a likelihood that innocent persons will be injured because the attacks related to taxi violence are normally carried in public areas because those doing so have little respect of human lives. He therefore possesses a danger to safety of the public, himself and the other persons. 143. My team and I came across some social media platforms showing an applicant 1 brandishing a rifle and showing off with it. This was done in both public and the private areas. We do not have any document indicating that the applicant has a valid license for the said firearm. These actions indicate the propensity on part of the applicant to instill fear on others and disregard for the law. I attach the clips of the social media as annexure KP5. 144. There is a likelihood that applicant 1 will, if released on bail, endanger the safety of the public or will commit a Schedule 1 offense if released. Applicant 2, Lindani Zenzele Ndimande. My team and I do not form part of the alleged NIU police officers who are alleged to have assaulted or tortured applicant 2. We further do not intend to assassinate, torture, or in any manner mistreat applicant 2 or any of the applicants. 146. Whilst in our custody, he was never assaulted, tortured, or in any manner mistreated. We further do not intend to do. If he was ever assaulted by any of the members, he would have informed the learned magistrate in Court 10 when he appeared for the first time under the docket barrier case 5303, year 2023. The said court was never informed of such. 147. The applicant has been arrested and linked to a taxi violence-related matter case under docket barrier case 5303, year 2023, which occurred in March of 2023. He is appearing and charged with murder, attempted murder, unlawful possession of automatic rifles and other unlawful firearms, amongst others. A stolen vehicle was also used in this driveway by shooting. The shooting happened in a busy street in Berea during the day where members of the public were walking up and down the said busy street. While the applicants were fleeing from the scene, a pedestrian was knocked down. A case of reckless and negligent driving was opened with the barrier case 6203-2023 refers. He is currently in custody in this matter, and the applicant has brought an application for bail. Will be heard on the 27th of March 2024 in Durban Court 11. The bail is a part held. 148. It is apparent from the affidavit of applicant 2, Exhibit D, that his life is in a constant threat from other taxi rivals in view of the taxi violence indicated in the said affidavit. 149. His situation is similar to that of applicant 1. I refer this Honorable Court to a relevant paragraph supra dealing with this issue. The same applies to applicant 2. Therefore, there is therefore a likelihood that applicant 2 will endanger the safety of the public or commit a Schedule 1 offense if released on bail. Applicant 3, Sianda Edimieza, 150. Applicant 3 was arrested in April year 2023 and linked to other offenses that occurred after this incident. Applicant has a pending matter currently appearing in Umlazi Court for unlawful possession of firearm under docket Peggy Temba Cars 138 of 04 year 2023 on charges of unlawful possession of a firearm and ammunition. The firearm that was found in his possession is ballistically linked to this case. 151. The applicant 3 has been arrested and linked to a taxi violence related matter case under docket Mayville 2605 year 2022, which occurred in May 2022. He is appearing and charged with murder, attempted murder, unlawful possession of firearms, amongst others. A stolen vehicle was also used in this drive-by shooting. The vehicle was stolen on docket barrier case 8903 of 2022. The shooting happened at BP Garage situated Mayville during the night when members of the public were feeling fuel. He is currently out on bail in this matter. 152. Applicant 3 has been arrested and linked to another taxi violence related matter under docket barrier case 5303 year 2023, which occurred in March 2023. He is appearing and charged with murder, attempted murder, unlawful possession of automatic rifles and other unlawful firearms, amongst others. A stolen vehicle also used in this drive-by shooting. The shooting happened in a busy street in Berea during the day when members of the public were walking up and down the said busy street. He is currently in custody in this matter and has brought an application for bail, which is partly heard before Mr. Sin in Durban Court 11. The said bail application has not yet been finalized. 153. He is appearing for this pending matter in Durban Magistrate Court and charged with applicant 2 and others. 154. As earlier indicated, applicant 3 keeps dangerous firearms for the benefit of his associates and the present co-accused. Some of the firearms have not been recovered. He has been doing this for years and therefore poses danger to the safety and those belonging to other taxi associations in conflict with his association belonging to the rival association. 155. There is all likelihood that applicant 3 will endanger the safety of the public or any particular person or commit a Schedule 1 offense if released on bail in view of their history with the law. Applicant 4, Mziwe Tembo, Heavy Kwabeni. 156. Applicant 4 indicated in his affidavit that he owns a company that has a security division. However, this security division is not registered to the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority, also known as CIRA. There is no explanation given for such failure to register the company as required by law. 157. Further, he indicated that the security officers who from time to time act as his bodyguards are also not registered with CIRA as required by law. 158. This scenario opposition of his company security division is not regulated by CIRA, and he and his company can and are doing as they please because there is a lack of monitoring of their actions and or conducts. 159. It will be difficult for law enforcement agencies, including SIRA, to hold him, his security officers, and his company accountable should the need arise. This poses a lot of danger to the safety of the public from him and his company. 160. He further indicated that his life is in danger from what appears to be his rivals, hence he engaged a security division of a company. He employed co-accused, although names not mentioned, to be part of this unregulated company. He is now facing serious charges of pre-planned and or premeditated murder counts with the same security officers he employed in this company. This is a clear indication of the danger he and his co-accused and his company possesses to the safety of the public and other persons who are his or their rivals. 161. The evidence in the docket reveals that applicant 4 was a mastermind in the planning to kill the first deceased in this matter. He was meticulous in doing so and arranged for vehicles and the finances involved during the planning. This is therefore indicative of someone who can pose a danger to the public. 162. In view of above mentioned, there is all likelihood that applicant 4 will endanger the safety of the public or commit a Schedule 1 offense if released on bail. Applicant 5, 163. Applicant 5 in demand. Applicant 5 is also involved in a taxi industry. He is a member of Maluka's Taxi Association referred to by applicant 2. This is the same association that he is experiencing a lot of violence that is related to the industry. He shares the same surname as applicant 2 and therefore is their rivals of the Gumede family referred to by applicant 2. 164. For the same reasons as indicated in the preceding paragraphs about the danger of applicants 1, 2, 3 poses to the safety of the public, the same is applicable to applicant 5. I intend not to repeat same for this purpose. 165. For the same reasons indicated, there is all likelihood that applicant 5 will endanger the safety of the public or commit Schedule 1 offenses if released on bail. Likelihood that accused, if released on bail, will attempt to evade their trial. Section 60, subsection 4B, read with Section 60, subsection 6 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Applicant 1, Lindokuhle Thabani Mkhwanazi. 166. Applicant 1 does not own any fixed property. When my team visited his home, there were very little items of clothing indicating that he is permanently residing there. 167. He was arrested for the first time under Manzimtoti docket. Despite our opposition to bail, bail was granted by the learned magistrate seen in Court 11. He was not arrested for this current matter at the time. He indicated in that court that he will be staying at Matwaleni area in Mtuba. 168. My team and I obtained a warrant of his arrest for the present matter. An operation was conducted to arrest accused in this current matter. Observation was kept at his given address for hours in order to effect the arrest. Applicant 1 was not seen at his parental home. 169. Upon inquiring from the person at the yard, my team was informed that since the applicant was granted bail, he has not been staying at the said address given to court. The team eventually waited for the applicant 1 at Mtuba police station, where he was supposed to be reporting as per his bail application. 170. He arrived and he was arrested. He was asked why he was not staying at his home as per the condition he gave to the court when granted bail. He indicated to my team that he received information that his life was in danger from the taxi rivals and therefore moved away from his house. 171. Upon inquiring, he showed my team an address in Tseleni area that he was hiding from his foes. He showed us a room at the back of the premises. My team found a bag with his clothing still packed, indicative of the fact that he can move anytime from that place. There were no items of clothing indicative of the fact that his wife was staying with him at the said address. 172. He was asked why he did not inform the investigating team of this change of the address, and he could not give an answer thereto. Safe to say he moved because of fear of his life. He also indicated that the place belonged to a friend or associate. He is not renting. 173. None of my team members, including myself, were informed of this change of the address by the applicant. This is indicative of the fact that should he feel that there's a need, he will relocate to places we don't know and not inform the team thereof. He has demonstrated that he cannot be trusted as a result. 174. Applicant can change addresses as he wishes despite any conditions given by the court. He is therefore a flight risk. 175. The state has a strong evidence linking him to the commission of these offences listed in the charge sheet. He is an associate of those arrested and in custody in Eswatini. Applicant 176, applicant 1 indicates in his affidavit that he is collecting plus minus 40,000 rands from the two taxis. His Standard Bank statement paints a very bleak picture. We have noticed that in the months of October, November 2023, prior to the arrest of the applicant for Amazimtoti matter, there were lots of debit order reversals. There was no money for the following: 176.1 Standard Bank vehicle for the amount of 11,915.11 cents. 176.2 insurance premium, Scott Finn for the amount of 1,700 rands and 86 cents. 176.3 Altrac Tracking Company for the amount of 862.39 cents. 177. This all happened when the applicant was still out and not in custody. He could not manage his finances while outside. To the contrary, after his arrest, the business started to operate properly and the debit orders were provided for in his bank account. This is clear from the Standard Bank statement attached to his affidavit. 178. His business therefore will operate well in his absence. Further, he is not operating a taxi but has drivers who do so and then forward the day's takings. 179. There is all likelihood that applicant 1 will evade his trial if granted bail. Applicant 2, Lindani Zenzelen demand. Applicant 180, applicant 2 does not own any fixed property in the area where he resides. He indicated in this honorable court that he generates an income of 250,000 rands per month. In affidavit submitted in court for bail application under docket barrier case 5303 year 2023. He told the court that he has a monthly net income of approximately 400,000. This latter amount is significantly different from what he indicates in this court. I attach his previous bail affidavit under the said case as annexure KP6.
At this stage, I must voice my objection to the use of that affidavit. For the exact same reasons that the state objected to the defense using an affidavit which was sworn to and attested to in this country, we were told we were not allowed to use that. We were also told we couldn't use it because there was no case number and there was no certification on it that it was a true copy. Well, the same applies here, Your Worship. If you look at the affidavit, which with respect you shouldn't do because you should rule it inadmissible, it has no certification that it is a true copy or anything like that. So I'm asking the court at this stage to rule that inadmissible the same way as what you did with us. Thank you, Your Worship.
As it pleases the court, Your Worship, the circumstances are different. The objection from the state, it was the document or a document purported to be a charge sheet from another country, of which the accused persons, those that are from another country, were not part in these bail proceedings. The affidavit that has been attached here, it is the same affidavit that where my learned colleague is appearing. He has the knowledge of that affidavit. He has the knowledge that that bail application is still pending before that particular court. He knows the matter is in court already. Be that as it may, Your Worship, we will remove this part. We will take the entire charge sheet because it's just here next door at court 11 and finish with the court with the stamp.
So,
Done
before you come in, Mr. Volmarans. So, what are you saying, Mr. Twega? Are you removing the KP6, Annexure KP6, and you're going to replace it with a charge sheet? What are you saying? Let me understand you before I allow Mr. Volmarans to respond.
For the sake of time, Your Worship, we are saying we are going to remove this annexure, and later on during our evidence, still in this matter, we'll bring the whole charge sheet in respect of that matter and make the application before this court that it should be admitted in these proceedings as per the law under the Criminal Procedure Act. At this stage, we are provisionally removing this KP 7. 6, yes, my apologies.
KP6.
Yes, at this stage.
So I think that was the main concern placing Half-Book Act before the court, that it ought to be a complete record. I think that's where the concern comes from.
Mr. Volmarans?
Your Worship, the state objected because it wasn't complete. They're now saying, oh, well, we'll slip it in and then later on we'll supplement it when they don't have an opportunity to do so. The court, this is an application, they don't get a chance to reply.
Your Worship, we are still leading evidence here. We haven't closed our case in respect of this matter. We are saying to the court, we are going to remove this part provisionally. Then later on, we'll make an application before this court for that document to be admitted to this court as per my learned colleague. We are provisionally removing this part.
6 is removed.
Thank you, Worship.
You may proceed.
Just a moment, Your Worship. (182). My team and I engaged in an operation to arrest applicant 2 for the dogged barrier CAS 5303 of year 2023. We received information that he was part of the lineup to perform traditional music umaskandi in the Empangeni area on the 14th of October year 2023. 183, my team and I organized an operation to arrest applicant 2 during that event. We arrived and kept surveillance in the area, but applicant 2 was not seen or found upon inquiring from the event organizers. We informed that applicant 2 cancelled at the last minute and no reasons were furnished for such cancellation. 184, we then followed information that took us to Gauteng, where we traced applicant 2 for a few days until he was located at Maponya Mall. Upon his arrest, he took us to where he said he was residing. It was a place rented out to his girlfriend. The place was searched and certain items were found, including his valid passport. I attached a copy of the said passport, Annexure KP7, which was seized by me and my team. 185. Applicant 2 was very cooperative during this process and made a confession while still we were in Gauteng prior to him being brought back to KwaZulu-Natal. He confessed to the killing of the deceased under docket 5303 of year 2023. 186. Applicant 2 confessed to the killing of the deceased in that matter. He further indicated the history of the taxi violence which led to such killing. He highlighted how his brother, being Tebello Ndimande, killed Mbon Ndimande. Zinjan Demand and their father Vusi Zoton Demand, who was killed around Pongola area. 187, applicant 2 further indicated that their taxis were chased away from the association and other factions started to hunt them. He further indicated that there were rumors that if they find one of them, they will be killed. He therefore left Durban to stay at Tempangen and later moved to Johannesburg as a result. 188. It was a difficult and a long exercise to trace and arrest applicant 2. He demonstrated that he is a flight risk. In his paragraph 45 of his affidavit before this Honorable Court Exhibit D, the applicant indicated that his siblings were forced to seek refuge in Swaziland as a result of the alleged NIU members wanting to assassinate them at all costs.
Your Worship, again, I must object. Your Worship has already said that KP6 has got to be removed, and yet the state continues to refer to KP6. Because Exhibit D that is being referred to is nothing more than KP6. So they have no right to refer to it.
Sorry, Exhibit D, is it not Exhibit D in these proceedings?
No, it's not Exhibit D in these proceedings. It's Exhibit D next door.
Mr.
Your Worship, the Exhibit D that we are referring to is the Exhibit D that is in this Honorable Court.
That is my understanding, Mr. President.
Exhibit D that is being referred to is the Exhibit D next door. Accused number 2, exhibit number, his affidavit is marked Exhibit C, not D, in this court.
I will take a short adjournment because the other exhibits are in chambers. Right, on resumption, let's correct the sequence of exhibits. In these proceedings, Exhibit A is the letter by the Director of Public Prosecution saying that these proceedings are falling under Schedule 6. That is Exhibit A. Exhibit B is an affidavit handed in on behalf of applicant number 1, Mr. Mkwanazi. Exhibit C is an affidavit handed in on behalf of applicant number 3, Mieza. Exhibit D is an affidavit handed in on behalf of applicant number 2.
Your Worship, clearly I have it wrong, and I apologize for my mistake. I was verily under the belief that Exhibit C was accused number 2's affidavit.
Yeah.
But I withdraw my objection on that basis.
You'll remember, Mr. Volmarans, there was no sequence of
Yes,
application.
I recall
That is
that.
why there is this difference in the numbering of exhibits.
No, I
I
recall
accept your apology.
Thank
And
you.
you may proceed, Mr. Go ahead.
As it pleases the Court, Your Worship. 189. We are of the view that this is the reason he also fled to Gauteng, in view of the fact that his siblings had not yet consented to their extradition to South Africa. Applicant 2 will be motivated to flee the Republic of South Africa and also seek refuge in any country outside the Republic with the hope that he will never be extradited back to this country. 190, applicant 2 indicates that he is paying school fees for his children. He given details of the schools where the children are attending in order for myself and my team to verify this information. We are therefore unable to verify indeed he is responsible for their school fees. There are no documents submitted in this court to confirm this responsibility as he alleges. 191. In view of what is indicated here in above, there is all likelihood that applicant 2 will evade his trial should he be granted bail. Applicant 3, see under 18 years. Applicant 3, 192, applicant 3 does not own any fixed property, nor does he have a fixed residential area. When my team and I visited his home, there were very little items of clothing indicating that he is not permanently residing there. The other shack he showed us is inhabitable. 193, applicant 3 has 3 pending cases against him as indicated here in above. There is Doggett Peggy Tembakas 138 of 04/2023. This is the first matter he was arrested on for unlawful possession of a firearm and ammunition as opposed to joint possession referred to in his affidavit. This is the same firearm that is ballistically linked to the present matter as the firearm that was used to the shooting and killed the deceased. This is one of the murder weapons. 194. He applied for his release on bail in Umlazi Court. Bail was opposed and the learned magistrate dismissed his application. He was facing only that charge at the time. He appealed the decision at the High Court, granted him bail. Shortly thereafter, he was arrested and charged under Doggett Mayville Case 2605 of year 2022 for murder and unlawful possession of firearms. 195. His cellular phone was left on the crime scene and his fingerprints were lifted from the getaway vehicle. The cartridge cases of the firearm, a pistol that was used in this Mayville matter, were compared with the cartridge cases that were lifted at the scene in this present matter and found to have been fired from the same firearm. It therefore means that applicant 3 was at the crime scene where the second firearm linked to this current matter was used and also found in possession of the second firearm that was used in that matter. 196. This information referred here in above, para 195, was not placed before the court that had the bail application because the applicant was not yet arrested for this present matter and the state did not want to jeopardize the investigation of this matter by mentioning such evidence. It would have alerted those not yet arrested of the impending arrest. 197. Despite the opposition by the state for his release on bail in Mayville matter, Magistrate Zuma granted the bail. While he was attending the Mayville matter, he was charged with the offense under Doggett 5303/2023. The bail application that matter is partly heard. 198. Applicant 3 therefore has several pending cases against him with serious charges including premeditated murder. He also supplies the murder weapons for these offenses. The evidence against him in those cases, including the present matter, is very strong. 99. Applicant 3 does not have any formal employment, neither does he have any kind of employment that will keep him within the jurisdiction of this honorable court. 200. We dispute that applicant 3 was made aware by any of my team members that he will be arrested when he appears in Umlazi Court when he was arrested for the Mayville matter. 201. My team went to his known address to arrest him for the Mayville matter and he could not be found on the given address. The said address was visited several times for the purpose without success. To wait for him at court was our last resort in an attempt to arrest him. He was indeed arrested after appearing in the Umlazi Court after having been granted bail by the High Court. 202. It is our view that applicant 3 is a flight risk and will not attend his trial. There is all likelihood that should he be released on bail, he will evade trial. Applicant 4, Mziwe Themba Hevikwabi. 203. Applicant 4 resides at 1 North Road, Cowes Hill, The said property was purchased by his wife prior to them getting married. The said house is also bonded by the Standard Bank on the name of his wife only. The monthly installments are debited by the bank from the bank of his wife. 204. We perused the bank account attached to his affidavit and could not find any debit on that account in favor of the bank that he has bonded the house. There is no indication on the available evidence that he is paying towards the bond of this house. Applicant 205. Applicant is said to have several companies, one of which has a security division operating without being registered under SIRA. He indicates that he has hired bodyguards for his and family protection. This is therefore indicative of the fact that his life might be in danger. 206. The bank records attached to his affidavit indicate money coming in and out from various sources. He therefore has the means which may enable him to leave the country. 207. In anticipation of the arrest, the team had physical surveillance on him. On the 26th of February 2024, he was spotted at his house at number 1 North Road, Pinetown, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That team spoke to him personally on the day. Later, an operation was arranged to have him arrested as a result. His first house was visited for this purpose and he was not found in the said house. The wife indicated that applicant 4 is with the other wife at her premise. 208. The team proceeded to the given address and the applicant was again not found despite the team being told he was there. After his arrest, my team and I are requesting him to give us his cellular phone. To date, he has not given us his cellular phone despite numerous requests for the same because it is part of the evidence to be investigated. 209. None of his family members informed us that he was in Lady Smith on the day as alleged. Neither did his attorney inform us of such. In view of the fact that he was made aware that we were looking for him, his attorney informed us that he will arrange with applicant 4 to hand himself over to the police in the morning. 210. My team and I waited and applicant only handed himself over in the afternoon on the 27th of February 2024. 211. The conduct and the personal circumstances of the applicant 4 indicates that he is a flight risk. We are therefore of the view that there is a likelihood that the applicant 4 will evade his trial. Applicant 5, Lindokuhle Mhlaliseni in demand. My team obtained warrants of arrest for applicant 5. In an attempt to arrest him, he was traced and could not be found in the Republic of South Africa. Information was then received that he was in Swaziland with the other 2 who are currently arrested and facing extradition process. 213, we engaged the offices of the Interpol and the crime intelligence units to assist us in tracing applicant 5 and other 2 demanded brothers. It was established that applicant 5 was indeed in Swaziland with 2 brothers. There was evidence that he was indeed in Swaziland because his bank card was used to passage in a store in Swaziland. Crime Intelligence Office also confirmed his presence in that country. 214. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, KwaZulu-Natal, was then approached to assist with tracing of an arrest of applicant 5. An application for provisional arrest of applicant 5 and other 2 demanded brothers was made and submitted to Swaziland through diplomatic channels. At the time, the arrest of the 2 demanded brothers, applicant 5 was not found. It was established that he has came back to the Republic of South Africa. 215. Upon receipt of applicant's 5 valid passport that he handed to my team, it was perused. We established that passport is not stamped to show that applicant 5 left South Africa and came back through any of our border gates. There is absolutely no indication of his movements in and out of South Africa. 216. In view of the evidence, we heard that he was indeed in Swaziland. At some point, we were left with only conclusion and that he is left and came back to South Africa without using his valid passport. He therefore entered Swaziland and back to South Africa illegally without passing through any border gates. 217. This conduct by applicant 5 is indicative of the fact that he is capable of leaving the Republic of South Africa without being noticed. He can therefore easily avoid detection. 218. Applicant 5 has attached several documents in his affidavit, including a contract between his company, Motsoane Pty Ltd, and Agribusiness Development Agents Trust. He indicates that he owns a poultry farm, and the agreement the company has as part of his 70,000 per month income. A reference is made to his annexure LN3. 219. On perusal of annexure LN3, it is noted that on page 16, a Mr. Zenzele Ndlela apparently signed the agreement on behalf of Agribusiness Development Agency. The date when he supposedly signed is not indicated, which raises some red flags. Further, no witness signed this agreement. 220. Further, on page 16, therefore, where the representative of Motsoane is supposed to sign, there is no signature, the space is blank. The name of applicant 5, Lindo, is indicated, but his signature is not appended. Further, the expected signature of a witness is also not there. 221. This seems to be a document generated during May 2021. One would have expected that applicant 5, Lindo, would have submitted an enforceable agreement to prove his enterprise. The attached agreement or contract is far from being a document that this honorable court will consider an enforceable agreement. It is therefore a piece of paper that is not worth what is contained therein. 222. Applicant 5, Lindo, therefore failed to indicate that there is some poultry company he is operating that brings such income. The version by applicant 5, Lindo, is therefore not supported by any documentation. 223. We are of the view, therefore, that there is nothing that can keep applicant 5, Lindo, in his area or KwaZulu-Natal province. 224. Applicant 5, Lindo, resides at D217 Emboyi area, Matsongo location, Camperdown. The applicant lives in a 2-bedroom home situated on the homestead. I visited the premises and found the premises to be empty. He only had a bed in one of the rooms with a very little clothing in the washing basket. The homestead belongs to his father. 225. There is all likelihood that the applicant will evade trial because he is facing a number of serious charges. He is aware of the seriousness of this case. He is facing several life imprisonment sentences for these separate offenses if convicted. 226. Applicants' places of abode or residences are not viable for purposes of bail. I am aware of previous instances whereby the accused persons were granted bail and not returned to court. Likelihood that accused, if released on bail, will influence or intimidate witnesses or destroy evidence. Section 60, subsection 4C, read with Section 60, subsection 7 of the Criminal Procedure Act. 227. The witnesses are extremely afraid for their lives. Should the applicants be granted bail, the witnesses fear that they could be intimidated or harmed. The identity of some witnesses are well known to the applicants. The applicants will, if granted bail, intimidate these witnesses or worse, eliminate them. 228. Cellular phone of applicant 2, Zenzele, was downloaded. A voicemail was recovered to applicant 2, Zenzele, is prior to his arrest communicating with a message to an associate by the name of Mr. that the witnesses were giving information to the police that will lead to his and others' arrest must be traced and be killed. This was done for the benefit of himself and his co-accused. My team and I have identified this person called Mr. and he is related to applicant 2, Zenzele. 229. This is a clear indication that applicant 2, Zenzele, will go to an extent of killing witnesses to testify and give evidence to the police. 230. The evidence in the docket, Barriacas 53, indicates applicant 2, Zenzel, and applicant 3, Ed, who are charged with the said matter and therefore accused, tried but failed to set alight a ban the white Mercedes Benz that was found abandoned in Catocras area in Catoman. This Mercedes Benz was used as a getaway in this matter. 231. Prior to attempting to set alight, they poured coke on it to remove any form of DNA or fingerprints evidence on the vehicle that will trace the said vehicle back to them. 232. I have obtained a statement from a witness, Mr. Caleb Knight, indicating that applicant 4, Gwabeni, demanded to see the statements that he furnished to me earlier regarding the grey BMW. Fearing for his safety, the witness requested a copy of his statement from me, which was given, and immediately handed it over to applicant number 4, Gwabeni. At the time I handed a copy to him, he did not indicate to me that applicant 4, Gwabeni, demanded. He told me this information when I inquired from him how his statement ended up in the cubby hole of the Grand I-10 hired by Gwabeni. I was also surprised to find Mr. Noseworthy's statement in the same cubby hole. 233. The statements were found in a silver I-10 with registration number NUR 38078 when it was seized. The statements and the vehicle were photographed by the local criminal record center. This is one of the vehicles that was used during the night that both deceased were shot. 234. The conduct of applicant 4, Gwabeni, approaching me with his attorney offering to make a statement about the grey BMW was devious and calculated because he was well aware that his vehicle is linked to this offense as earlier indicated. 235. As earlier indicated, applicant 4, Gwabeni, disguised the money paid for the hit as consultation, thereby attempting to conceal the origin thereof. When he paid his co-accused or co-applicants, he also disguised same as dividends, car repairs, buying cows, and wedding things. This indicates that he is sophisticated in the accounting and financial field. 236. My team and I recovered one of the 2 pistols that were used in the commission of this offense. The other pistol is still at large. The applicants are sophisticated persons who know well how to destroy or conceal the evidence. 237. One of the firearms used in these offenses mentioned herein above have not been recovered. The investigation in this matter is not yet complete. We are still tracing the exhibits, following certain leads and analysis, lots of reports including bank statements of the applicants and other people of interest. 238. There is all likelihood that applicants will destroy evidence or intimidate the witnesses. The likelihood that the applicant will undermine or jeopardize the objectives of proper functioning of the criminal justice system or bail system. Section 6, subsection 4D, read with Section 6, subsection 8 of the Criminal Procedure Act. 239. The applicants are linked to the shootings that happened in the public areas where deceased persons were shot in at full view of the members of the public with the legal of any respect of the law and lives of the human beings. 240. The history of the offenses the applicants are charged with indicate that the applicants has little respect of the law, and therefore there is likelihood that the applicants will undermine the proper functioning of criminal justice system and will jeopardize under the objectives thereof. 241. Applicant 1, Tabani, failed to stay at his given address despite indicating to the court that he will be residing at the said address while on bail. He failed to inform the investigating team of his change of address. 242. My team and I followed up with Dr. Moodley, indicated in Exhibit C on page 59 of Applicant 1, Tabani's affidavit. We noted that the document has a doctor's stamp dated 11 March 2024 On this date, applicant 1 Thabani was already in custody, and we were concerned how the doctor would have consulted with applicant 1. 243. We visited Dr. Moodley in his surgery and also met him later near his home. He was shown the said Exhibit C as per the applicant's 1 affidavit. In his comment thereto, Dr. Moodley indicated that on the 11th March 2024, a pregnant lady came in with a person she identified as Lindokuhle Timkwanas, which was the same names of applicant 1. 244. The pregnant lady has given a name of Hlengwenyati on the list of patients for that day. These are the names of applicant's wife as indicated in their marriage certificate attached to this document before this honorable court. She is indicated as number 22 on the list. Dr. Moodley indicated that the said Thabani Mkhwanazi told him that he was working at Fosco and is asthmatic because he was exposed to chemicals. This is the reason why he gave a note as per Exhibit C. 245. He further indicated that Settling Ndokuhle did not have an identity document with him, and therefore he did not write the ID number on Exhibit C. He also indicated further that it was not his handwriting that he wrote the ID number on the documents. I have obtained an affidavit from Dr. Moodley relating to what happened in his chambers on the 11th March 2024. I attach the said affidavit as per KP 8. Your Worship, I wish to pause there for the moment just to inform the court that it is indeed KP 8, the affidavit disposed by Dr. Moodley, and also there is a medical card which is attached thereto, and further the list of the patients that attended same on that particular day. 246. Applicant 1 Thabani indicated that Exhibit C from Dr. Moodley is his medical report indicating his sickness. Clearly the person seen by Dr. Moodley is not applicant 1 Thabani because he was in custody at the time. This aspect is indicative of the extent applicant 1 and his wife are prepared to take in order to commit some fraud in misleading this court. Applicant 1, therefore, knowing it to be false, deliberately supplied the false information during these proceedings. 247. This conduct by applicant 1 Thabani is indicative of someone who cannot be trusted. He deliberately gave false information during these proceedings. There is all likelihood that applicant 1 Thabani will undermine or jeopardize the objectives of proper functioning of the criminal justice system. 248. Applicant 2 Zenzele gave false. Just a moment, Ushi. Your Worship, as per the earlier objection by my learned colleague, we indicated before this court that the court that is dealing with this bail application is just next door. We can be able to get this charge sheet, complete of it at any given moment. For the sake of the proceedings, we proceeded. Now we are in possession of the affidavit. I can show it to my learned colleagues while I'm still perusing, while I'm still reading out the charge sheet. It is certified and commissioned.
Is that now the charge sheet and the affidavit that you referred to, which affidavit was objected to?
That is
and
correct.
the court ruled that it is removed for provisionally.
Yes, that is correct, Your Worship. Therefore, Your Worship, we will make an application that this charge sheet complies with all the procedures for the admissibility before this court. It is a true reflection of the original document. It is commissioned and certified.
Mr. Volmarans?
Comment.
As it pleases the court to worship, if I may request that the provisional withdrawal now of that exhibit be readmitted back as per this document now that we have received.
Does your objection still stand, Mr. Volmarans?
Your Worship, as I said, I'm not going to comment at this stage. I will deal with it later.
As it pleases the court to worship.
I will then, on the basis
Just a moment. Your Worship, I'm looking at the time now. We are at page 62. We are only left with 4 pages. We just request a 5 minutes adjournment so that I can discuss what can be handled before this court. Because now this is so huge, only for one aspect.
5 minutes.
5 minutes, Your Worship.
So it's 6 minutes past 3. Then I'll be back at
10 past.
10 past. For a chance.
Okay, no, we're right here. The whole bunch.
Hand in the entire.
This is the one I said it doesn't have a number. So that's one
Yeah, no, no.
That's why it's there's one document.
when it is, yeah, it's right, but it doesn't have an exact number.
Now it's feeling the pinch. I'll hand in the whole document. Comes with it. No, it's only 4 pages. That was done. Yeah, 4 pages. That was done.
Hand in the entire thing. In fact, is their exhibit. It's attached. The charge sheet is attached in their.
The affidavit is here.
Oh, so that's why they make an affidavit here. You can attach this to that.
Yes. Let's do it like this.
Exhibit? What's that? No, exhibit C.
This is exhibit C. Look there. Yes, exhibit C.
No, this is something else. So you got A, B, C there.
What page did you allege this KP6? Oh.
So we started with him.
Who?
Sisela.
I lost the page, man.
No, but listen, I'm CKP5, yeah?
You see, this is KP8.
Right. I don't really read that.
No, it's not ours. But apparently
No, I don't really read that, but that was after. Be this before exhibit D.
that before.
Before. Do you remember yours? There's a KB7, KB6.
KP6.
Page what's this? 49.
Yes, page 39. All rise. Please, the court, your worship, we thank the court for the indulgence. We will request this court to accept this charge sheet, your worship, is an exhibit before the court.
Is it your request that it be KP what?
KP6, your worship.
KP6. Thank you on resumption.
Thank
may
you.
Proceed, Mr.
As the pleasure the court, your worship. 248, applicant 2 Zenzele gave false information during his previous bail application that he does not own a valid passport, whereas he was in possession of a valid passport. He is in custody for another charge of premeditated murder where he is still applying for his release. 249, there is all likelihood that applicant 2 Zenzele will undermine or jeopardize the objectives or proper functioning of the criminal justice system if released on bail. 250, applicant 4 Gwabeni is running a security that is not registered with SIRA. He alleges to employ security officers as bodyguards who are not registered with SIRA. These individuals go around with firearms, whereas they are not registered with security officers who are to be regulated under SIRA. He indicated in his affidavit that his co-accused are employed by this security company as bodyguards. 251. It should be noted that applicant 2 was declared unfit to possess a firearm by a competent court of law as a result of his conviction. It is therefore a concern that applicant 4 can hire a person as a bodyguard to protect him and his family who was declared unfit to possess a firearm. 252. There can therefore be no accountability for the actions of the security company and its security officers in this regard. My team has been making requests to the applicant for Gwabeni to hand over his firearms and those of his security company, but such a request has fallen in deaf ears. Applicant for Gwaben and his attorney has been approached several times in this regard, but they have still not handed over the firearms. 253, this raises a concern to my team and I. We are in the process of getting a search and seizure warrant to retrieve these firearms. The delay in handing over these firearms therefore raises suspicions of legitimacy. 254, as earlier indicated, several attempts have been made by myself and my team to retrieve applicant for Gwabene's cellular phone. He has to date not handed to the police for reasons unknown. His attorney has been requested to arrange for the cellular phone handover, but to no avail. The only reasonable inference we can draw from this conduct is that applicant for Gwaben has something to hide in this regard. 255. Applicant for Gwaben further indicated in his affidavit that his co-accused or co-applicants are hired by his security division of his company. He has, however, failed to disclose the names of the co-accused he hires. In the contrary, none of the co-accused supplement or corroborate this version. They have individually indicated how they generate their income without any mentioning of them being under the employ of applicant for Gwaben. 256. We perused the bank statement of applicant for Gwaben and could not find payments to his co-accused of their salaries as his employees. The bank statement attached over the period of April to May 2023. 257. The bank statements applicant for Gwaben attached to his affidavit lack January to March 2023, but show the other periods to and after the mentioned periods. Despite this aspect being brought to his and his counsel attention, there was no endeavor to disclose this information. 258. As earlier indicated in this affidavit, the proceeds of the crime were deposited into his company account on the 11th of February 2023 as part of the payment for the killing of the deceased persons. He well knew that this aspect forms part of his evidence and deliberately withheld this information even though same was indicated to him. 259. We are of the view that he was testing the state case whether they were in possession of this information. What would be any reason of removing this portion of the bank records, whereas it forms part of the entire period disclosed? As a bail applicant, he was supposed to be honest and frank with this court. 260. Applicant for Gwabene's conduct demonstrates his lack of respect for authority. There is a likelihood that he will undermine or jeopardize the objective or proper functioning of the criminal justice system if released on bail. The likelihood that the applicant will undermine or jeopardize the objectives and the proper functioning of the criminal justice system or bail system, Section 60, subsection 4E, read with Section 60, subsection 8, capital letter A of the Criminal Procedure Act. 261. This matter has attracted public interest both locally and internationally from the day both deceased were shot and killed. The incident was captured by CCTV and the footage went viral both locally and internationally. 262. A brazen manner in which both the deceased were shot and killed sent a sense of shock and outrage to the communities. There has been a social media engagement and comments by the public against the release on bail for the applicants. 263. The applicants themselves have categorically stated in their affidavits that their lives are in danger from their foes. Some took refuge to other provinces and left their homes, whilst others have bodyguards who are not registered. 264. Their lives are in constant danger from elements who might also not be related in this matter. The local and international public wants this honorable court to assure them that there is a sense of peace and security amongst them, and the release of accused on bail will jeopardize the same. 265. The evidence led on the comments from the members of the public indicated that the release of the applicants on bail will undermine or jeopardize the public confidence in the criminal justice system. Section 60, subsection 9 of the Criminal Procedure Act. The investigations in this matter are at an advanced stage and very strong against the applicants. My team and I took a long time to investigate this matter prior arresting the applicants in order not to delay the matter further after arrest. This approach has yielded the result because the investigations are advanced. 267. The applicants have been in custody on this matter for a month. Some of the accused have been in custody longer, but is due to them being arrested for other matters. 268. None of the applicants, save for the unsubstantiated allegation of asthma by applicant 1 Taban, highlighted any medical condition that this honorable court should consider. 269. Applicant 125 operate taxis that can operate fully without them in their absence or while still in custody. They will not suffer any financial loss due to their incarceration. 270. Applicant 1 indicated in his affidavit that his wife is supporting him financially. She will therefore be able to support their first child as she is employed by the Department of Education. Applicant 3 is unemployed and therefore will not suffer any financial loss. 271. The wife of applicant 4 is a professional doctor. She will be able to continue paying the bond of their house as she has been doing so. She will be able to take care of their children. In conclusion, 272. Applicants failed to establish the existence of exceptional circumstances warranting their release on bail. The interests of justice do not favor the release of the accused on bail. 273. We are of the view that my team and I have placed enough factors for the court to consider that it will not be in the interest of justice that the applicants be released on bail. Bail should therefore be refused, signed by the investigating officer, Mr. Kumarasan Pillay, in this matter. Worship. We request the
affidavit is accepted into the record. It's handed in. It's marked Exhibit G.
As the President of the Court, Worship, I'll let my learned colleague just to address the court on one aspect.
Thank you, Worship, for the indulgence. Whilst my colleague, Mr. Kweka, was reading the affidavit this morning, a small information came to our attention with the investigating team, which we did not include in this affidavit. I've indicated to Ms. Gilling, I unfortunately did not get a chance to indicate to my other learned friends that there might be a just one page, 1.5 page affidavit of that incident, of that information that we need to inform the court about. We take an undertaking that since it's still our state's case, we have not yet closed. We will have the affidavit drafted latest tomorrow. I will email same to my colleagues so that they become aware, so that when we come on the 2nd, it will just be read on the record, and then we close our case, then they can reply.
Mr. Lojo?
No,
you have not been favored with the court.
That is the position. Nor has the state disclosed, because they haven't indicated what the information would be, but the arrangements will suit the defense.
But are you in agreement at this point in time the state case has not been closed yet? So they are
I appreciate that, Your Worship. Yes.
I have no comment, Your Worship. If they want to do what they do.
I'm in agreement, Your Worship. We are expected to file our replying affidavits on the 2nd of April as well. So there might be that contingency that we might have to either stand it down and handwrite a response to the additional, but it shouldn't be a problem, Your Worship.
Yeah, I thank my colleagues for that, Your Worship, but I actually confirm that latest tomorrow they will have the affidavit in their emails. Thank you.
We agreed on the date of the 2nd of April as the date for
Correct.
Okay. Applicants may rise. At this stage, the matter against you is postponed as per arrangement until next week, Tuesday, the 2nd of April, for further evidence. You'll be kept in custody until then. Corrections.
I have some clear